NBC Sports presents the National Championship of American Golf, conducted by the United States Golf Association. Today, it's final round coverage of the 96th U.S. Open.
Another sunny day in southeastern Michigan as the game's best make a final round charge for the U.S. Open Championship. The Oakland Hills Monster, just under 7,000 demanding yards with its high rough and severe sloping greens, has dictated par as a very solid score. And with scores rising and falling as dramatically as Donald Ross's greens, anyone within a half dozen shots of the lead figures a reasonable chance to win this coveted championship today. It began after the rains Thursday. 156 teed off from Club Pro qualifiers to former Open champions. The 91 winner, Payne Stewart, lasered a 65-footer on 14 for an improbable par on his way to a 367 and a share of the lead. When the monster allows, you better smile. The 95 Rookie of the Year, Woody Austin, joined Stewart atop the leaderboard with a rare bogey-free round, 67. Many subscribe to the theory he who putts best will win this title. Round 2 Friday. Stewart, 71, was good enough to keep the lead. But the most dramatic shot of the day, delivered by Greg Norman, playing the signature 16. Sharks, Eagle 2, vaulted him to within 1 of the lead. Yesterday, the monster answered, stifling the roars, smothering the smiles. 94 champion Ernie Els, tied for the lead at the time, at 16, hit rock bottom. Els would have to swallow double bogey, fell to 3 off the lead. 16 also claimed Payne Stewart. His round and his hope sank. Stewart now 6 off the lead. Greg Norman's fight for an Open title further frustrated by the improbable. Norman is 5 back. As the leaders crashed, new faces emerged. 37-year-old Steve Jones became the first in this championship with back-to-back scores under par, 69 to follow Friday's 66. Jones, one of only 4 to birdie 18. He's eased his way within 1 of the leader. And the leader, Tom Lehman, also 37, who transformed even the most awkward challenges into smooth results. Minnesota made his par at 18. He tied the course record. A brilliant 65. Tom Lehman leads the U.S. Open field by 1 stroke after 54 holes. And our current leaderboard, Lehman by a shot over Steve Jones. Michigander John Morse tied with the New Zealander Frank Nobilo. Davis Love III seeks his first major title. Colin Montgomery, the best of Europe, is only 2 back. Sam Torres, another from across the Atlantic who has his eyes on this coveted title. Ernie Els, the former champion, slipped yesterday. Young Stuart Sink's only 23, and he's just 4 from the lead. Tom Watson is there as well. Greg Norman starts today 5 behind Tom Lehman. As you look at the names, all of these still with a reasonable chance, and went to their bedrooms last night thinking, hey, when I wake up, I have a chance yet to win the title that I seek perhaps most of all, including Jack Nicklaus, who is 5 over at the start today. Hello, everyone. I'm Dick Enberg along with Johnny Miller. And Johnny, in 1973 at Oakmont, you on Saturday night retired, and you were 6 shots off the lead, and then you fired a 63 the next day and won it. Did you think you had a chance that evening?
I didn't really think I had much of a chance because Palmer was up there, Nicklaus, Player, Trevino, Weiskopf. It was like a who's who in front of me, 20-something guys in front of me. But when I birdied the first, second, third, and fourth holes, didn't take a genius to figure out if I was 6 back, and I just made 4 birdies on 4 pretty good holes. I'd only probably be 2 back, and so it just came to be. I didn't expect it, but it happened, and the same thing could happen today. It's real interesting because the players I've talked to have all talked about the standard being even par. It's like they don't care what anybody else is doing. Somehow they feel that even par is the magical score. So all these guys who knows, somebody might be 5 or 6 over and shoot that round of a lifetime like it happened to me at Oakland.
Well, speaking of a moment in history, the fans, the gallery here at Oakland Hills Country Club just moments ago had a chance to salute the immortal Jack Nicklaus, a legend in his own time. 35 tickets distributed and many crowded around the first tee just to acknowledge the Golden Bear.
And they more than acknowledge, they know that this man could have one last magical kind of round that shoots 65 or 6 today. He's got the ability, obviously, even at his age, so he's not out of it.
They send Nicklaus off on his 40th consecutive U.S. Open. Started back in 1957 as an amateur. He won it 4 times, 62, 67, 72, and 80.
And he's playing with Peter Jacobsen today, which is one of the greatest pairings you can have. And
now they headed 2. So Nicklaus pars the opening hole. Birdie at 2, so a good start for the Golden Bear. Roger Maltby now is with the leader, Tom Lehman.
Thank you, Dick. Tom, you've been agonizingly close before in majors, so you know the fine line between winning and losing. Are you ready to cross that line today, and what will it take?
Well, it is a fine line. You're right about that. I've been thinking about this round, for a couple hours, and actually since yesterday, and I just want to get totally committed to every shot today, no matter what it is, a putt, a chip, a drive, just be fully 100% committed to what I want to do with that shot, and then just let her go and let the chips fall where they may.
If I could give you 18 pars right now, would you take it?
Well, I would definitely take that, but I feel like I'm playing well enough to do better than that. I feel like, I don't want to go out there and play like a little wimp. I want to go out there and play my game, play hard and shoot the best score that I can.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Dick.
Now Tom Lehman, and meanwhile at the 3rd tee, Nicklaus.
200-yard par 3.
Johnny, that's a 4-iron. And that's close.
Chance for another birdie, a Hollywood-style start for Jack Nicklaus. Meanwhile, back at the first hole, the par 4, birdie chance for John Daly. Wow. And the reigning British Open champion off with a 3. Well, Lehman, let's go back to Tom Lehman. The nerves are there. He has to acknowledge those. He's tougher than he was a year ago, learned from Shinnecock. Can he win this championship?
I think he can. He won the 94 Memorial and the 95 Colonial, which are 2 like open style courses. They aren't U.S. Open, of course, but he has the ability. He's had the kind of record in big tournaments. He's had a couple good shots at it, where he was tied for 6th in the Pebble Beach, and then he of course was 3rd at Shinnecock. So he's really ready. He's the kind of player that is strong and muscle it out of the rough when he gets it in there. He doesn't have the yips. He's strong with the putter and strong with the driver. So I'll tell you, if he can shoot around par, he's gonna be tough to beat. 200 pars is really good stuff.
Now the Shark, Greg Norman, makes his way to the first tee. Very upset with yesterday's round of 74. Did not talk to the media, just left Oakland Hills immediately after starting the day just 1 off the lead. Well, Roger Maltby was able to hook the Shark earlier.
Thanks, Dick. Greg, you find yourself 5 shots back, certainly not out of it. Is this the kind of golf course, Oakland Hills, that you can be aggressive on, or do you need the lead to come back a little?
I think you can be a little bit aggressive here, depending on where they put the pins, Roger. If you're driving the ball on the fairway like I have been the last couple of days, and you start hitting your irons the right distance, I think you can, because I think there's enough slopes out there that you can actually play off of them. You're going to have a lot of 30-footers and 20-footers, and you hope you balance out with 6, 6, and 6, maybe 6 long ones and 6 close ones and 6 average ones. So, but it's a tough golf course, and given the way the golf course changed yesterday afternoon, speed-wise and firmness of the greens, I'm sure they're going to be firm again today.
Yesterday, a frustrating round and certainly a disappointing finish. Can you take us through your thoughts those last few holes?
Well, when I left that little putt short on 14 for a par, I said to myself, "No, this is ridiculous, and you just got to start hitting more greens." And I hit some good shots. I said, "Look, if you can finish 1 or 2 birdies in the last four holes, you're going to be right there in the thick of things." And I didn't capitalize on any of them on 16 and 17. And obviously missing that little putt on 17, I think I just had a mental blackout. I was just so. I guess frustrated. Hot. I guess I'm hot. That's a good word for it, Roger. I was really that type of word, but I really didn't. Of course, it was just a mental lapse doing that. And that's crazy. You really don't do things like that because one shot's one shot in the U.S. Open. And but then after I did that, I said, okay, play it cool. Make worst score at 18 is 4. And the way I finished hitting the 2 shots I did in 18 really made me feel good leaving the golf course, even though I left in a big hurry.
Well, we wish you good today and good luck, and thanks for taking time.
Okay, thanks, Raj.
All right, back to you, Dick.
Now that bend in the nose, a fighter's look, came from a rugby injury as a kid, but there's no question about the fight and the man. He'll be there to scrap today.
He will, and he's got the game to have that real low round shot, 73, 66, 74. And that putt at 17 could haunt him. It'll be interesting to see if he does have a great round, whether or not the putting could make the difference. And yesterday, right off the get-go on the first hole, he puts himself in position, just misses the green, puts it right here about 4.5, 5 feet away, easy putt, and he just took it back a little outside, and then at the top of the putt, he released the toe of the blade and came over it, and this one here, he just sort of dogged it to the left, again left, and we've actually seen several others. And then watch this at 17, straight uphill, and I don't know if I've ever seen a pro hit that short of a putt that poorly. That was just like he was aiming there.
Yeah, as he said, a mental blackout. Let's go out on the course to the third, where Gary Koch is with Jack Nicklaus.
Dick, Jack for birdie. Just got a great read off Peter Jacobson. Jacobson birdied now. So the Bear settles for 3 at 3. And he is at +4 in the championship to 2.
John Daly, second shot. Thank you, Bob Trumpy. Gary Koch is with Nicklaus on this round. And after his birdie at 1, Daly, not where you want to be, under that tree in the rough to the right of the green on 2. Playing with Greg Norman, fine young talent, Justin Leonard. 67 yesterday for this young man from Dallas, Texas. Actually 24 as of yesterday on his birthday. 92 U.S. Amateur Champion, 94 Collegiate Champ.
Looking very worried to the right, and for good reason. This Justin Leonard led the tour last year, if you can imagine, in all-around statistics
Norman,
at that age,
Queensland,
23.
Australia.
As straight as he drives the ball, he's probably going to be going with that driver all day long to make as many birdies as he can. absolutely pure.
Yeah, Norman has gone from his darker toppers to his Sunday whites for the final round of the 96 U.S. Open Championship. Tom Lehman to tee off in about an hour. Welcome back to Oakland Hills Country Club, about 20 plus miles outside the heart of Detroit, Michigan. 15-mile road, Maple Road. Co-founded in 1903 and by a couple of gentlemen who eventually saw their dream realized in 1916. They were employees of Henry Ford. And first play here on this course in 1918. Peter Jacobsen.
Second shot, par 4 fourth.
That from a very awkward lie on the rough, 167 yards, just trying to shoot it into the middle of the green.
Pretty difficult hole location, as you saw Jack Nicklaus's second shot drift down into that bowl, which is on the front of number 4 green. Peter Jacobsen at +5 for the championship. Back to number 1.
And Greg Norman's second shot into this 433-yard par 4.
Dick, he has 145 yards, great angle to come in at this flag. And he's going to be firing at every flag today, believe me.
Got a little bit of sideboards left of the hole, just about 15 feet. You don't want to miss it right because it'll kick right, and that's right over the top of the pin. And see if it stays up. There's a little collection area you can see there, and that leaves him a very difficult putt to read. But a good shot.
History often allows us a hint of what might be expected today with his line on this final round. Dave Marr.
Thank you, Dick. Maybe we can anticipate what might happen today by taking a look back to 1985 on the 71st hole between Andy North and T.C. Chin. On the par 3 17th, T.C. Chin was on the green well left of the flag. Andy North had put it in the right-hand bunker. Believe it or not, advantage North. Andy played one of the great bunker shots that he'll ever play, or maybe anyone will ever play under these conditions in the U.S. Open. That time, Andy had a one-stroke lead. Chin now, well left, and this an impossible putt. Watch what happens. Catches the slope, moving well away from the hole. Chin would go on to 3-putt, still not finished. Chin would go on to 3-putt and drop a shot, giving North a 2-stroke lead going to the last hole. And Andy North went on to win his second United States Open Championship. And what that shows is the player that understands these greens, where to put the ball, and maybe more important, where not to put the ball and give yourself a chance of a 3-putt. Let's go back to Dick Enberg.
All right, Dave, who played in 15 U.S. Opens, his best tie for 4th in 66 in San Francisco at the Olympic Club. Well, that one won by Billy Casper. To the 4th green.
And Jack Nicklaus stalking this long birdie attempt up the hill, Gary.
Yeah, Dan, actually up 2 different levels of the green, putting from the low area front right. Got to come up over a level and then up another level to where the hole is located today. A little bit that I've watched Jack this week, this has been one of the trouble spots. His lag putting, not that great. This one looks good. This is good. Excellent lag putt.
Good speed below the hole. Back to 2.
John Daly for birdie.
Not much break here. Just putting downhill a little bit. He plays it out to the right, and it doesn't do much, John. Just a little bit.
Ooh.
See how quick that is? You almost can't pick that up visually.
Ahead to the par 3/3.
And this is a par 10 for Payne Stewart. Hit his tee shot right. A little flop shot to there. And a bogey at the 3rd for Payne Stewart. He is at +5 on the championship, ahead to 4.
And Peter Jacobsen lining up his birdie putt, and I guess he's had some fun playing with Jack today, huh, Garrett?
Well, he certainly has, Dan, no question about it. There are a lot of people out here pulling for Jack Nicklaus today, and I don't think anyone pulling any harder than Peter Jacobsen. It's like he's been appointed as Jack's #1 cheerleader.
Not that much of a swing, although it does swing pretty good. From right to left, down with the slope of the green, and we'll send you back to 1.
Justin Leonard, that was his par putt. And you talk about the pairing, Leonard and with Greg Norman. Here's Justin, runner-up finishes at 95 twice, and this year at Phoenix lost in the playoff to Phil Mickelson. That was the event where the fans were so hardly in Mickelson's corner. He felt that he was like the boxer being booed out of the ring.
And you look at his statistics. I was talking about that all-around stat of Justin's. He's got the perfect game to win a U.S. Open early in his career. So who knows?
This putt's going to a little uphill, should work a little left.
It's got to come up a rise there, John?
Yes. I spoke with Butch Harmon this morning about Greg's putting stroke. He got a little habit of, he sets his hands up very high to start, then lowers them, and what he's been doing is he lowers them, he's cupping his left hand, which has been towing that putter in. Let's see if he's corrected that today and makes better putts.
Not too bad there, John.
No, I think it's interesting. He just got a little out of his mechanics. That's why he was pulling all those putts yesterday. Looks like he's corrected it today.
Let's take a look at this. You watch the angle of his left wrist. See how it stays the same angle. If anything, he went the other way, which if you would have missed it, might have gone right. So that was perfect.
Greg Norman takes an early bite. Birdies at 1. He's 4 from Tom Lehman, Steve Jones. The rest of the leaders after the third round to tee off in our 6 hours of coverage of the final round of the U.S. Open Championship.
Well, let's take a look at Oakland Hills yardage book right here. You can see architects Donald Ross 1917, Robert Trent Jones came in 1950 getting ready for the 51 Open. Greens, Poana, and bent grass running about 10 on the stemp meter. Fairways, Poana, and bent grass. And then you got the primary rough, which is about 5 inches high, and of course it's a par 70. Remember that, 6,974 yards, par 70.
Let's go out to the second hole. It is ranked as the easiest through 3 rounds. Greg Norman.
Just 523 yards. If he can hit a good one down the middle, this is a birdie eagle opportunity for him after his birdie at 1. And he's done it.
2 pars and a birdie in his first 3 rounds for Norman, and he's not happy with that. He starts with a birdie today. Yesterday's third round play, as usual, separated the field, defining those whose open dreams are still real. Here's Bob Trumpy.
Dick, these touring professionals commonly refer to Saturday as moving day. They make the cut on Friday, then with a good round on Saturday, move up the leaderboard. Well, yesterday here at Oakland Hills, the backside was kind to some, unkind to most. The list of victims includes Mark Brooks, +4 on the back, Els +4, Tway +2, Payne Stewart, the second round leader, +6 on the back. The backside star, Tom Lehman, 2 under, Davis Love, 1 under. John Morse 1 under, Cullen Montgomery even. Tom Lehman 2 under par backside, 65 yesterday, vaulted him past 26 other players. No wonder he had the overnight lead in this year's U.S. Open.
All right, Bob, as we look at the clubhouse designed after George Washington's Mount Vernon, stately it is, beautiful landscape. We reflect on the fact that in an informal poll, Colin Montgomery was picked as the man to win this championship by the media, and he's with Roger Maltby.
Thanks, Dick. Colin, you've lost 2 playoffs and majors. Do you get the feeling it's your turn?
Someday, somehow, I suppose, one day, but I suppose everyone says you're going to lose a few before you win one, and I've certainly lost a couple now, so I suppose so, but it's just being there on Sunday's good for me right now. I came here to try and get into contention on Sunday, and that's where I am, and we'll see how it goes.
You know, it seems historically the Europeans haven't enjoyed the success in the U.S. Open as they have, say, in the Masters. Yet it seems to suit your game perfectly. Why is that?
Yeah, I tend to hit fairways and greens. The Masters, I think it's different for everybody. And the US Tour play more of these type courses than we do. But it just seems to suit me. I tend to drive the ball as straight as most and hit the fairway. The green's at the end of it, and that's what's key around here. The word par means something.
Good luck to you today.
Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you, Dick.
Colin Montgomery, who played collegiate golf at Houston Baptist. And out on the practice green, 46-year-old Tom Watson, the oldest to win the U.S. Open Championship. Hale Irwin was 45, and Watson has designs on that trophy today.
He's got a great game for the U.S. Open, indomitable spirit, and he just come off his win at Memorial a couple weeks ago.
Let's go to 5 and Dave Marr.
And Jack Nicklaus, second shot. Not a little bit. That should work its way a little bit toward the hole. Nope. Catches the slope. Right club. Just a little bit left of the hole. Let's go back to number 2.
And Greg Norman's second shot. John?
Greg has 253 to the flag. Pin's cut back 19 yards, so that would be 234 to the front edge. Wind is into the player's face today, so they're not driving it nearly as far, but this is fairly simple 3-wood shot for him as far as he hits it, and he is a great fairway wood player. Pin cut in the right.
John Schroeder, about 5 miles an hour a wind or something? No.
Yeah, I'd say half a club, Johnny. Going a little left. Should be plenty to carry that front bunker.
Too much.
And he's missed the little shortcut there behind the green in the long primary rough. Gonna be a tough chip.
So Norman, after the birdie at 1, through the green in 2 on the par 5 second. As you look at the leaders, Norman 4 behind Lehman. Jack Nicklaus arriving, and cheers, but look at Peter Jacobsen. You have to be loose playing with Jake.
He's a perfect guy to play with, I'm telling you. He will keep Jack just going in case there's any little hiccups, I can guarantee you.
Dave?
All right, Peter Jacobsen, this for his birdie at the 5th. Peter 1 over for today's round, and he might get that, I beg your pardon, even for today's round with a birdie at the 3rd. Bogeyed the 1st. Nicklaus got his par at the 4th. The birdie that he made at the 2nd, 1 under for the round today. And let's go back to number 4.
And a second shot of Lee Jansen to this par 4 430-yard hole. Jansen had that first round 68, but second round 75 to fall back. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. About 6 feet left for a birdie for Jansen. Back to 5.
Jack on somewhat the same line that Peter was just on, putting down there, and he knows that it's going to go to the right. And this man, too, remember, even though the course played a little shorter, did shoot 65 here when he won the U.S. Senior Open in a playoff beating Chichi Rodriguez, who shot 69. So he finished 4th here in 61 as an amateur also when Littler won. Anyhow, this to go 2 under for the round. Looks like it's up high enough. Has it got enough speed? Nope, but a good lag. Should get his par there. Let's go back to 2.
Greg Norman's 3rd shot.
Good clean lie for that long a rough. It's quicker than it looks from there, but he leaves himself a real nice uphill putt.
That putt for a birdie to start birdie. to Norman at 2 as he sizes up this chance for birdie. John?
It's just a straight uphill putt. He got a pretty good idea of the break as the ball rolled by the hole. Again, I think if he can focus on his grip and his address procedure, again, as he addresses it, he starts with his hands very high, then he lowers them, and what he was doing yesterday was kind of cupping the left wrist, which of course was towing in the putter, and obviously he corrected that with Butch Harmon before he teed off, and I really think he's going to have his confidence today, and he makes this putt, boy, we're off to the races.
Chops 2 strokes away. He moves within 3 of Lehman's lead. Greg Norman is hunting.
Gregory John Norman at the 3rd. It plays 200 yards today. John Schroeder's there. Club selection?
I would imagine, Bob, it's a 4-iron. He's uphill, and what wind there is going to be into him. The other thing I noticed about Greg this morning coming to the practice tee, he was very loose, very jovial, and I think he'd put the round yesterday behind him, and I think that's also contributing to his great start. He is going to try to shoot a good score. He's relaxed, and obviously he's getting it done so far.
That's not a bad tee shot.
Well, Greg Norman, he wins dramatically and he loses sometimes even more dramatically. He's great theater, he's great for the game of golf, and truly the best player when you really look at it on the surface. Now, underneath the surface, maybe that's what people have been questioning. The actual record isn't that wonderful, and it's obviously a good one, but not as good as it could have been so far.
Well, Johnny, this for Greg is another birdie chance. We've talked about his putting problems this week. There are 108 competitors in this 96th U.S. Open. Greg Norman is tied for 94th in putting, but he's coming off birdie at 1, birdie at 2. John Schroeder, help us with this one.
This is going to go a little left, and it's a very, very makeable putt. Slightly uphill, and again, he looks very confident. He's got the momentum going. I like his chances maybe to run in this one for 3 in a row.
Well, that was a confident stroke, even though he didn't make it. And let's move ahead to 6.
Par 4, 356 yards. Jack Nicklaus for birdie. +4 for the championship. Another good leg. Back to 3.
For par. To 7.
Par 4, 405 yards. Nick Faldo for birdie. Masters champion just unable to buy putts like that. Finally a birdie for him, his first today, erasing the bogey back at 6. Even par today, +5 for the championship as we look at Tom Watson on the practice green. Watson 2 weeks ago ending that 9-year drought with his victory at the Memorial. Tom Lehman, the leader. We'll see him on the first tee in about 15 minutes.
.430 yards, Dick. 2-iron for Norman. 3 shots off the lead after 2 birdies in the first 3 holes. Very narrow landing area, and it appears that Norman has found the right rough. Back to 1.
And Tom Watson
trying to fit his drive in from this elevated tee. There was only about 25 yards wide where that driver's going, and he just center cut it, and that is long. I mean, L-O-N-G.
looking for the magic that he found at Pebble Beach as the champion 14 years ago.
Live now for Greg Norman, his 3rd shot. His 2nd was just inside the primary rough, could only advance it to this distance. John Schroeder, how far now?
105 yards downhill, slightly into the wind. A very, very simple shot for Greg. Pin's very accessible.
And that'll spin back and down into the lower depression on this green, so a lengthy par putt faces Norman.
Moments ago, 2nd shot Tom Watson at the par 4 first.
Tough little hole location here, and that'll stay right. That was not a very good shot, but it might come back off that hill down into that low, that dark green area. Not too bad. Got a pretty good hop.
Now live, his birdie putt.
Same putt that John Daly made. It's definitely makeable. Well, if you want to see just how humpy and bumpy this green is, there's tears and hollows and muffins and fall-offs and false fronts, and you know, every part of design is, you can see here the water drains through that right center low, and then it goes up to a tier on the left, and then there's actually a middle tier on the left where the hole location is today. And then of course yesterday we saw on the left side of your screen that really difficult pin that was back right. And already been 4 putts on this green today. Look at this putter.
Ken Green, 26 inches. Green, a qualifier from New York, drove for the championships. His flight canceled because of fog. Took the 11-hour, rented a car and said, I'm coming to Bloomfield Hills.
And that little putter was, I think, his kid's putter, and he was out messing around and started holing everything with it, and he said, man, I'm gonna try this.
Looking ahead, tee times coming up. Els and Austin pair, 2 men very definitely in the hunt today. Sam Torrance and 26-year-old Jim Furyk. Colin Montgomery and Davis Love. A lot of gallery following that pair. Frank Nobilo, John Morse, Michigander. They're yelling "Go Blue" for Morse, who was a captain of the University of Michigan team. Steve Jones, back-to-back subpar rounds. Tom Lehman, the leader. 2 under for the championship, 1 ahead of Jones.
Beautiful golf course. Nice routing, a lot of different directions to the holes. As you can see, you see them going all different ways, which gives you different looks and different exposures to the wind. See Colin Montgomery there. Just so happens to be the best ball striker this week. He's #1 in fairways hit. He's #1 in greens hit, and he's got good distance off the tee. He plays a high fade. Ernie Els, of course, a very good ball striker himself, and coming off that huge win at Westchester last week when he dominated the field.
He only had the lead yesterday until that final 5.
Yeah,
took him.
His shot selection when he hit it left at 16 was really, really suspect. But you know, it's a new day, just like Greg Norman. A new day for him.
Let's move ahead to the 7th.
Jack Nicklaus left with this 18-foot putt for a par. Poor 2nd shot, another pull. Put him on the short side. Had a very difficult shot from the long rough. Putting back up the hill.
Moves left.
Never hit it.
Back to 4.
Par attempt for Norman. Well, you got to wrap it pretty good to get it up there. Now it's a little downhiller coming back for bogey. A lot of stats thrown around in Greg's major championship appearances, but how about finishing in the top 10 in nearly half of his 63 major championships? But faced with this bogey here, John?
Well, this is not a difficult putt, and you just got to keep focusing on each and every stroke today and not have any mental lapses. But again, I think he's still very positive, because you're not going to get through the round without making a bogey today, so I don't think it'll bother him.
Well, that bogey there was really made off the tee when he found the primary rough, so Norman loses a shot and falls to +2. But Tom Lehman gearing up as he has the lead headed into the final round of this Open Championship. Can he hang on and win his first major championship?
And Greg Norman's tee shot.
Good drive.
You saw Greg bogey the 4th after starting with birdies at 1 and 2. And that split the center. It's a very strong par 4 at 455 yards. Slight dogleg to the left.
David, the leaders who went on to win, not tough. It is tough to hold it after you lead the first round. About a third if you're ahead at the halfway mark, and less than 50% of the leaders after 3 rounds went on to capture this championship. Let's go to the 7th. Payne Stewart, second shot. He's +5 now for the championship.
After his disastrous 76 yesterday, looked like he had the tournament pretty well in control. The birdie leader, the putting leader, everything was going his way, and then the wheels fell off.
+1 today through 6. Jack Nicklaus, Peter Jacobsen make their walk. The Golden Bear in his 40th consecutive Open. We chatted with Nicklaus earlier and asked how he was dealing with that eventual golf mortality.
Finally comes a time where the grip loosens a bit. You have to finally let go. How are you dealing with that?
Well, I don't have any problem dealing with it, Dick. It's just, you know, I just don't want to let go. Nobody does. Nobody ever wants to let go. But I felt like the last couple of years I haven't been as competitive as I'd like to have been. So I felt like if USJ invited me this year, which they did, which they were very kind to do, and felt that I might be competitive and add something to their golf tournament, then I was delighted to accept. And that makes 40 in a row. And I think that's probably enough for in a row. And that's like 146 majors that I've been eligible for in a row, professional majors that I've been eligible for in a row that I've played in. And I haven't missed one since I turned professional. If I happen to win a senior open, or if the USGA wants to invite me back at some age and say, Jack, would you like to come back and play one last time? I would probably like to do that. But as it relates to a competitive streak and time to be competitive, it's time to say thank you.
And the game is still fun for you.
If I play well. You know, that's the biggest problem I've got, Dick. And I competed at a level, and I'm used to seeing Jack Nicklaus compete. And the hardest thing for me to do is to not be able to compete at that level. I love to play the game of golf. I have spurts where I play well, but I have spurts where I just play just horrendous. And I don't know why. I don't expect to play like Jack Nicklaus at 25 or 35 or even 45. I'd like to play like Jack Nicklaus at 56, which I hopefully shouldn't be too bad.
When you walk down 18 at Oakland Hills, maybe for the last time, can you help us to understand what, for those of us who will never know the experience, what it must be like?
I don't know. I'm going to sit at 18 and we'll probably walk down and thinking about, it's going to be a blur around me. I'm sure of that, because I'll guarantee I won't recognize a soul. I can't see that far anyway. But I'm sure it'll be a very special feeling.
In a lighter moment, he related the fact that the Golden Bear, interestingly, was the nickname of his Columbus, Ohio high school. An Australian writer gave him the nickname. I said, do you have any other nicknames as a kid? He said, oh yeah, when I was a freshman at Ohio State, when I ballooned, gained all that weight, they called me Blobbo. And I said, you mean we could be talking today about Golden Blobbo? And Whale Man, he said. He allowed us that information.
Well, what a career. And his competitive juices are still there. It's absolutely amazing, because he made the comment in Golf Digest when he was 25 and Palmer was 35. He says, I can't believe that Arnold Palmer's still playing golf. You won't see me playing golf when I'm 35. Tough 8th hole here.
Well done. Let's go back to the 5th hole, Dave.
No, Greg Norman at the 5th, second shot.
Flat a little bit. Just gets off that hill now.
Might catch that hill and slope down. And watch this. Using that hill, maybe this is the start of something good. Greg 1 under for his round today, 2 over for the championship, and a real chance there for a birdie. Let's go to 7.
Payne Stewart, birdie chance. Payne, who shared the lead after the first round, owned it outright after 36, and then they collapsed yesterday and troubles again today. Tom Watson goes for it on his second shot at the par 5.
He was right all the way.
Into that heavy rough under the trees to the right. Back to Stewart for par.
The wind's different.
So 6 over for Stewart, and his hopes, if there were any, dashed with that bogey there.
Tough 3-putt right there.
The pressure must be building for those who have yet to play. The best in the game after Lehman and Jones, Morris, Nobilo, Love. We'll see them in a moment. Another king, 4th shot, Tom Watson at the 2nd.
His 3rd shot, he sort of chunked it into the bunker and hit a fine explosion shot from underneath that lip to there.
To 5.
Birdie attempt by Greg Norman. All right. John Schroeder said what Butch Harmon told him, must be helping. Keep those hands up and don't let your left hand break down. 3 birdies in the first 5 holes, just the bogey at the 4th. Back to just 1 over and 3 back.
Now this is at the 12th, par 5 12th. Young Michael Campbell. This goes in, it's his 6th birdie of the day, and it does. Michael Campbell at +3 on the championship. He is 3 under on his round today. Back to 8.
And Jack Nicklaus for birdie. So Nicklaus remains even on his front side, +5 for the championship. Now on the 6th tee, short par 4, 356 yards. John Schroeder.
This is a short hole. You're going to pit it out here just short of the two bunkers in the fairway, leaving yourself an 8 to a 9 iron. Wind is from right to left. Greg has lots of options here as to what he wants to hit.
Pins all the way back today, back center.
Either hit his 3-wood or that 2 iron again, Johnny. It just depends how he feels. It's definitely not a driver shot. You don't want to put it in these bunkers. They're very, very steep-faced. Perfect shot.
Back to the par 5 second for par, Tom Watson.
See that putter when it went back, it sort of wobbled all over the place and then sort of eased into it. It wasn't a bad putt, but it just wasn't struck as well as he could.
So Watson +3. Johnny, take us through these wonderful holes.
Oh, sure. Love to. What a golf course. See here, this first hole, par 4, 433 yards from an elevated tee, and it's about just short of the bunkers. It's about 30 yards wide, and then it necks down at the 275 mark to about 24 yards wide. Most players are hitting drive and maybe a 6-iron, 7-iron into this green that's got humps and bumps all over the place. And the whole location today is center, middle, left. Good starting hole. Gone on to the 4th hole now, par 4, 430 yards. And this hole is really difficult because look at how the bunkers pinch in on the fairway. Only 24 yards wide there. A lot of players are hitting 2-iron, 3-wood off the tee. And now you have a semi-blind shot. You only see half of the pin unless you use a driver off the tee. Down through these bunkers here, through this opening to a green with back to front tilt. Then we'll hop over to number 8, which is really a hard par 4. Trent Jones Jr. in 1950 getting ready for the 51 Open. Put these 4 bunkers in, and you got to hit it right in between the 4 of them. Either that or go in the rough or have problems. And from here, the green rises about 25 feet to a medium-sized green with a lot of back-to-front tilt and a tier right in the middle of it. And you can see the rough that's around this green. It's the primary rough, about 5 to 6 inches long. Very difficult stuff. Hard to get it up and in when you're in that stuff. You're almost better off being in the bunkers. Then we'll go to number 9, which has been playing very difficult indeed this week. It's a 220-yard par 3. Downhill a little bit. Green has a lot of slope on it though. For such a long par 3, it has a tremendous slope from back to front with humps and bumps everywhere. And then we'll go over to the fearsome fivesome that's playing accumulative through 3 rounds, 701 over par, and that is a correct figure I just gave you. You can see here off the tee, a little fade is the perfect shot on this par 4. And you can see from here coming into the green, Donald Ross does give you an opening in the front. And the green goes away from you, which makes it very difficult. And then there's a big swale that runs down the center of it. It collects balls and run them out to the back. Hard to get to this pin placement over to the right. Then the 15th hole, par 4, 400 yards, dogleg left, uphill. You can see this bunker is just put right where drives like to go, 240 yards off the tee to the front edge of that. To carry, it's almost 260. A lot of players elect to be just short here and leave themselves about a 6 or 7 iron uphill to a green again, a very tricky green that falls off on all sides. Whole location today is back left, hard to get to it. And then 16, which has been causing all kinds of problems. Look at how narrow the landing area is here, and if you hit it in the rough, of course the water is a huge issue then. It's even an issue when you drive right where we are right now, going to the green with a 7, 8, 9 iron maybe. But the whole location today is in the right, not where it shows it, and a lot of big scores on that hole. And then 17, it's got one of the greatest designed greens I think I've ever seen on a par 3, any hole for that matter, at 202 yards. The whole location's been right a couple times, but today it is back left, and it's going to be a little easier unless you hit it to the right side. Then you're going to have to chip it over this little corner of the green. And the green does go away from you on the left side, so it's hard to hold it. A lot of balls go over the green. Then 18, the hardest hole on the golf course, 465 yards, dogleg right, a reverse bank dogleg. Look at how the fairway slopes left and moves right. So that's a tough combination. You got to hit the fairway here. After you hit the fairway, you still might have a 2 iron, 3 iron, maybe 4 iron to this green. And the whole location is in a very good spot today on the right side. So there could be some birdies and a great golf course.
700.
Here at 13, Michael Campbell shooting for his 4th consecutive birdie. Just off the mark. He's got 6 birdies, but also has 3 bogeys. He'll remain at +3, back to 6.
Uphill second shot there, and the whole location is way back, and not a very good shot with a side hill lie. And he hit a few of those yesterday with short irons to the right. So we got to get that ironed out, Greg.
Davis Love III working on his putting stroke on the practice green. We'll be seeing him shortly. He's even par for the championship, just 2 from Tom Lehman's lead. The charge by Greg Norman to move within 3 of the lead. The top story in the first hour of this final round of the U.S. Open Championship. They're trying to catch that man from Minnesota. Third shot, Greg Norman.
Awkward stance. Keep trickling. Very nice. Tracking right in the hole. He's a great bunker player.
So Norman will accept his par there as we go to the first tee.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1:57 starting time. Colin Montgomery, Troon, Scotland.
I really believe that this man is the best driver of the golf ball in the world right now. Norman was for years, but his accuracy is staggering, really. It really got good distance, big free swing like Payne Stewart. Almost every drive he hits, he doesn't even need to watch. I mean, that is, you couldn't put it more in the center, and it's long. That makes it a birdie hole. It goes from a par hole to a birdie hole in one fell swoop.
Davis Love, the third, Sea Island, Georgia.
This caddy checking to see if his collar got tight.
Many in the gallery rooting for this man. Seeks his first major championship.
And a great story here if he were to win. Man, that would be a great story. He's overdue big time for a major, and he's going with the it's really like a 2-iron, 1-iron loft, and he can hit about 250 with this, 260. Went down after that. Might be going a little right, I don't know. He really chased after it, and so much so that it's easy to go
into that fairway bunker to the right. Two powerful strikers of the ball, Davis Love III and Colin Montgomery paired.
Let's take a look at that swing. Davis really chased down after it, and when he does that, he pinches, he sort of gets ahead of it and under it. Watch his down move. See right there, see that right shoulder dip way down underneath it? He didn't stay level on it, and that's a move Trevino would use to hit a push fade, but he played for it.
Let's go to 18. Two-time champion Curtis Strange walks to the final hole, the winner in 88 and 89. One of those victories, 88 on Father's Day, saluted his father who had passed away when he was 14 years of age. Let's go back to Greg Norman.
Got water on the right, about 245 yards out, so he's electing to hit an iron and just put it between the water and those bunkers you see on the left.
The wind is slightly from the right.
Good swing.
You can see the ball going out and drifting left with that little breeze that's coming across there. Real solid swing, very level, a lot of right side in it. Looked really good.
Norman 2 under for the round. To reduce the deficit, he's 3 behind Lehman.
And Norman practiced for quite a long time with Harmon on balls about a foot above his feet just to get him to swing more level instead of that little under move that we just saw Davis Love do. Norman used to do that also, and he blocked out a lot of key shots to lose major championships on the final holes.
Looking down from the MetLife blimp under the command of pilots Rick Hofecker and Charlie Graham. Blimp typically cruises at a speed of 35 mph and 1,200 feet above the ground. Let's go to 18. Curtis Strange, even par on his round, +8 for the championship for birdie.
Fun little fast putt here. Very nice, Curtis.
69 for Strange today.
And take notice, viewers, these putts on 18 and how they break, because you might see the Open Championship right on just the same kind of putts.
Strange, and it has to be a thrill for 20-year-old Randy Lean playing with him. Lean is one of the amateurs and was the last man in the field. He replaced his idol, Fred Couples, when Fred's back took him out of this championship. And here he is. He's going to outscore all the amateurs and be low for this championship. +2 today, +10 for the championship.
That's good playing, I'm telling you. That's good, solid playing. So if you can make this putt, it does move pretty good right to left. It just really breaks. That's a putt, again, we might see a real important putt that from right there missed about 4 hours from now, are made.
His coach at Indiana University, Sam Carmichael, has been caddying. Well done, Randy Lean. Last in, but #1 as an amateur going out. And the thrill of playing with a 2-time champion Curtis Strange on the final day. There's Coach Carmichael. And the other amateurs, the youngest in the field, 18-year-old Steve Scott from the University of Florida. On 18 Thursday, a birdie. He finished with a 76 today, +21. Tiger Woods, the next superstar, into 18 with his second shot. That's today. And he would make his birdie. He finished +14. This for a 72 today. We'll be talking a lot. The world of golf will be talking about this man for decades. Trip Keeney, par chance at 18. He finished +13 at 72 today. And so here are the amateur scores. Lean low with a +11, then Keeney 2 behind Lean, Scott +21, and Tiger Woods +14. So Lean, just for him to go back to Bloomington, Indiana and say, yeah, it took Woods by +3 at the U.S. Open Championship. Quite something. Let's go to the 7th.
That's nice stuff, highlighting the amateurs.
176 yards. Greg is in ideal position to get at this flag. Just cutting the back left. Wants to hit it up in the middle of the green, Johnny. There's a mound right in the middle. Much like on the 5th hole, just let it feed off that mound toward the flag. The wind out here right now is negligible.
Again, aiming pretty far right, John Schroeder with his feet and everything. Right in the middle of the hole. Play a draw shot there, John?
Excuse me, Johnny?
Was that a little draw shot or what?
Absolutely.
Back to the first hole. Davis Love from the fairway bunker, second shot.
Picked it cleanly. Takes a lot of strength to hit that shot. That's going to be a pretty exciting putt right there. It's going to go down and then up and then down again.
Bruce Litsky, 13 tour wins without a professional major championship. Then Wayne Levy, Mark O'Meara, Andy Bean, Davis Love, and Mark McCumber. 10 titles but no majors, and Davis Love III, is this his time? At the first, second shot for Monty.
Definite birdie opportunity. Well, it's not his best, but not bad.
Safely home. Let's go ahead. Second hole. Woody Austin, an eagle chance. This just moments ago, an eagle 3 for Austin. He moves 1 under, 1 from the leader, Tom Lehman. The Rookie of the Year, Austin, announces his presence. And we await Tom Lehman at the first tee as our coverage continues from beautiful Oakland Hills.
Accomplishment of my career. I think more than any other tournament, I like to win the U.S. Open. And I think to win that one would be the ultimate dream come true.
Tom Lehman's dream is alive. He's the man to beat beginning today's final round. A summer ago at Shinnecock Hills, a final round 74 smashed his open hopes. But last fall, in a gritty Ryder Cup performance, the 37-year-old proved his toughness under pressure. Yesterday, Tom Lehman played a dream round, a record-tying 65 on a course that stubbornly relinquished so few good scores to others. He seeks his first major title. Today, the father of three reaches for the U.S. Open Championship. Tom Lehman, how long the hours must have been in this early Sunday in Michigan. And he is about to get his opportunity at the first tee as we move out on the course. Greg Norman at the 7th for birdie.
This putt is only 3 feet straight uphill. Little left break. You get just a wonderful, wonderful second shot in here, Johnny.
Well, we saw Payne Stewart had about a 6-footer from above the hole, and he blew it by right exactly to this spot right here, and had a little bit of a break at the hole that made it do almost a 180. I don't think Greg will have that problem, but there is a little break here. Not much, pretty straight.
For Norman in the first 7 holes, a bogey, and he now moves to even on the championship.
He's definitely in it now.
Let's go to the 4th.
Tom Watson for birdie. Right to left swing. Perfect. Watson at +2. He's within 4 of Lehman's lead. Back to 3.
It's a par 3, and there is Woody Austin coming off eagle at 2. 3 is 200 yards in length, and this is the spot for birdie. Peter Jacobsen made his putt from here for birdie. Just short. Woody Austin playing in his first U.S. Open. Tap in for his par 3 and stay at 1 under on the championship.
And now Tom Lehman from the practice green being ushered to the first tee. Gallery surrounding the tee, giving the leader going into this final round a salute. Out on the fairway, the pair in front of them, Frank Nobilo and John Morse. As we check the current leaderboard, Lehman over Woody Austin by 1. Steve Jones trails by 1. Norman has moved into the group with Davis Love and Morse and Nobilo at even. And let's go to the New Zealander, middle of the fairway, second shot on the first.
Dan?
I was looking at 171 yards to the flag. Both him and John Morris went with 3 woods off this tee. John left himself with 181 to the flag, put a 6-iron about 30 feet right of the hole. Frank going with a 7-iron. It's a good-looking shot, Johnny Miller.
See if he gets the right distance. Best shot I've seen on that hole. Stay up there.
2 years ago, Nobilo started the final round 2 behind Els, just like today. Let's go ahead to Norman at the 8th. into the bunker on this 440-yard par 4.
You see, hit it 271 yards, but unfortunately, the last 2 yards exited left down in that bunker, which is, you know, not the worst thing as long as you don't get a funny lie. But it's a long hole. You don't want to be in the bunker or the rough.
Length is a premium, but accuracy here at Oakland Hills is a must.
That's why Colin Montgomery, if he can keep hitting in the fairways and hitting greens, he might be the man.
Tom Lehman.
This is the final pairing of the 96th United States Open Championship. Steve Jones, Phoenix, Arizona. Play away, please.
Jones, who missed 3 years of competitive golf because of a bike accident injury where he broke his shoulder and injured a ring finger, and it was the finger injury that really kept him away from the game. So he can appreciate this moment.
Well, he's trying to smile and loosen up, but I'm telling you right now, this is nervous. This is a very nervous shot right here by all these last guys in the final pairings, because they know getting off to a good start, making birdie or par is so important to set the tone for this round, of whether or not they're, you know, going to let the oil leak all over the place or whether they got control of themselves. Going with a driver. Looked like a pretty good golf swing, good tempo. Very nice.
Tom Lehman, Alexandria, Minnesota.
Oh, you've got to cheer for this man who struggled through many tours, almost gave up the game professionally, battled a malignant colon polyp a year ago. His game has just strengthened and strengthened.
Driver. Not a good spot.
He's not in the bunker, but in the tall, rough left of the fairway. Meanwhile, at number 4.
Tee shot, Woody Austin, 430 yards.
He hooked it, he says.
And there is not much room to be off the mark at 4, but that could be in the flat spot where the gallery gathers to 10.
Par 4, 450 yards. Jack Nicklaus.
Boy, Jack's peeking a lot on those putts. He's just so anxious to see where they're going. Still puts well and doesn't have the yips, though.
Jack with bogeys at 7 and 9, and will take his par at 10. He's 1 over 4 today. Nobilo trying to start his round with a birdie.
And you saw that shot that looked like it was about 3-4 feet from the hole, but just 5 feet from the hole is a fall off, and his ball stopped and then started trickling and went down that hill and has left himself an up sort of putt that has to rise about a foot and then flatten out at the hole.
Under Nobilo, 1 behind Lehman.
Pretty nice way to start, huh?
Ahead to the second. Par 5, second shot for Davis Love. Make that the third shot.
Dickie drove in the fairway bunker. Had to play out to here, 103-yard sand wedge. This looks pretty good.
A lot of backspin, leaves himself a nice uphill putt.
In contention in the majors. Last year at the Masters, finished second behind Ben Crenshaw. Tied for 4th last year in the United States Open at Shinnecock Hills. And this year's Masters tied for 7th behind the winner Faldo.
And prior to that Masters round in '95, he'd never done anything in a major.
Scored well on the final day, all 3 championships.
Tom Watson, this is his 3rd shot. And he's got a big slope to contend with that's to his right. This is third shot. Tom, right where he started, even par first round today. Now, depending on whether that fringe bothers him, what kind of shot is he going to be able to play? Oh, and he takes that sand iron and just hits it like a putter. Look at this, just a wonderful shot. That's a wonderful shot there by Tom Watson from a very difficult shot. He backed up against the tall fringe. Let's go back to the first hole.
Roger Maltby is there.
Well, Tom Lehman hasn't drawn a terrible lie, but hitting at the hole here is going to be really out of the question. He's going to have to keep this ball right of the hole and into the center of the green in that valley.
Well, he muscles the ball, as you know, Roger. It sort of swings a little like an Arnold Palmer type swing. It's not a real technically pretty swing, but it uses a lot of his big size through the ball and has a funny sort of hold-on follow-through. So he's very good out of the rough, is what I'm really trying to say, because he uses his body a lot.
He is, but I doubt he can get a lot of spin on this ball, John, from this lie.
Oh, I know that. He'd probably go down that low right of the, if he hits it on, it'll be in that low right of the hole location.
This one's come out at the right side.
Hot, very hot. That was a zinger special.
Right under our TV tower.
And he thinks it's on the back edge. It's more than the back edge.
Meanwhile, at number 4.
Woody Austin has a tree to contend with on this second shot to the par 4. Has to keep it low.
Very fortunate to have a bare lie, though, by 1 yard.
Exactly right, Johnny. And he's taken advantage of it all with a nice shot about hole high on 4. He's at 1 under. Back to 1.
Steve Jones.
From 147 yards, this is an 8-iron. Shot sets up very well for him. Likes to play it right to left. Started this ball in the center of the green.
Long putt for his birdie. So the leading group is on the first fairway, first green. Lehman, Austin, Nobilo, Jones, and Greg Norman a part of the picture early in this final round. Lehman's third shot at the first.
The matted down lie. Very difficult to get the right pace off that kind of lie, Roger Maltby, and that's going to go down the hill.
Well, he had two choices there, John, either to play right of the hole and get no closer than 15 feet or go through that valley, and he hit it hard and it's gone down to the bottom.
Meanwhile, at the second hole, Davis Love the third a birdie chance at this par 5.
Slow putt, moves right. Good putt.
Yeah. Love to 1 under.
That was not an easy putt, Davis.
At the par 4 8th, Greg Norman. Second shot out of the bunker.
Uphill. Tough shot. Got good hang time. But he must have, it looked like he might have nipped the lip as it came out. I couldn't tell. It just, not bad though. Right in front of the hole, short of the green.
And the officials following the lead group, Vice Presidents of the USGA, Buzz Taylor on the left, Trey Holland on the right, and in the center, the captain of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St. Andrews, Scotland, Harry McCaw.
I remember the days when it was shirt and tie and dark blazer, and didn't matter how hot it was, and it was nice because it was formal. But the USGA has really become user-friendly. I really believe it's a new wave of feeling in the USGA that I really, as a player, appreciate, and I think they're doing a great job in all areas.
As you look at the scores, a record number made the cut by 20, a record 108 golfers.
Putting out of that low, it's hard to get it to the hole. Just when you see those putts all day today, these greens, USGA recognized that these greens are as tough a greens as anywhere in the world, and if they would have brought them up to 11 or 12 on the stemp meter, probably 10 over would have won this championship. So the uphill putts are very slow. Here's the pitch shot in 8 for Greg Norman, trying to save par.
He's got his lob wedge, so he's going to lob it way up there and spin it.
Got to go over a shelf, which is hard to do.
Hit it too hard. Come on back. Come on.
Stay there. That's an interesting way to play it, John Schroeder.
There's that
they got shark teeth grooves.
Spectacular Eagle 2 at 16 2 days ago had that same kind of action. Davis Love off the second tee.
It's the third, Dick, 200 yards. He just came off a birdie at number 2. Well done, Davis Love. At a 5-iron. And back to number 1.
Steve Jones. This is a birdie putt.
Putting it out of that low. Up on top now. Again, hard to get it to the hole.
And for his par. Meanwhile, the leader, Tom Lehman, will go for his bogey putt, but first, ahead.
At 4, Dick, Woody Austin's birdie attempt. A little too high, but a good speed.
Pretty good par on Dan.
Excellent par at 4. Ahead to 5.
Tom Watson has his 6-footer for his par 4. Oh, just catches the edge of the hole to go 1 over for his round today, 3 over for the championship. Let's go back to the first.
And the leader after 3 rounds, Tom Lehman, for bogey. And as the ball lands in the cup, we have a 5-way tie for first place. Lehman, Austin, Love, Nobilo, and Jones, all 1 under for the championship.
And that bogey there was not a good bogey, but it could be a wake-up call for Tom Lehman. And if he can hit a good drive on the next hole, make birdie, he'll be off and running again. But the next hole is going to be key for him.
That's the best birdie hole of the 18 here at Oakland Hills Country Club. At the par 3 third.
This is the pairing of Cullen Montgomery on the left and Davis Love, each looking for a breakthrough today to win their first major championship here in the United States.
Bob.
It's going to be Cullen Montgomery who will putt first.
And Bob Cullen has left himself a very, very difficult putt here, about 30 feet, putting right along the edge of this ridge that cuts through the green. This is one of those that if you don't read it properly, can really make you look foolish. I mean, he could miss this putt 5, 6, 7 feet to the right.
That's Norman, upper left for par at 8, Montgomery for birdie at 3 in the lower right. Pretty well done by Montgomery.
And now Norman trying to save par. He's just 1 from the lead if he makes this 7-footer.
Well, that was that putt we saw yesterday for sure. A little quick come over the top.
Norman back to +1 for the championship, 2 behind the 5 men who share the lead. At the third, one of those in the top position, Davis Love the third.
32-year-old Davis Love. Gary, read this one for us. He's up on the back terrace here on the green at 3. Brother Mark is his caddy.
Bob, you're exactly right. His ball is up on the back terrace, so he's putting right straight down off that terrace to the hole location. So a very quick putt. Should move off to his right just a little bit.
Yeah, I actually see it right in here, come west of bonus point from that side.
Always felt that Davis Love putted better on the slower putts, the uphill putts that he could be firm with. He tends to putt everything that way.
Back to 2.
Third shot, Frank Nobilo.
Missed the fairway with his drive and laid it up to a good yardage for him. See if he can get the right distance. Yes, Frank. That is perfect. Straight uphill putt. Might be a birdie start.
Nobilo could take sole possession of the lead if he makes that birdie opportunity. Oh, do we have a game going for the U.S. Open Championship. So many in contention. Welcome back to our final round coverage. 16 within 3 shots of the lead, including Greg Norman, 1 under for the championship, 1 over rather, after his bogey, and now Norman takes sights at the par 3 ninth.
220 yards.
This shot sets up nicely for Greg, and I guarantee you, Johnny Miller, he's going to try to put this one close. Hits that beautiful high fade. I think that's his most accurate shape of shot. 3-iron.
He's got his stance left now. It's pretty much right on the money.
Wind is blowing ever so slightly from his right.
Tough lie, John Schroeder. Short-sighted it.
Well, he said he'd play aggressively, and his scorecard shows it. 4 birdies, 2 bogeys, only 2 pars. Let's go back to 2. Frank Nobilo for birdie and sole possession of the lead.
Slow uphill straight putt. Oh, got it going right somehow. That was a great opportunity there that's been lost, but still a good start. 1 under after 2 holes.
Well, top 10 the past 2 U.S. Opens for Nobilo, and he gives credit to American fans.
I think one of the reasons why I've done well in the majors, especially in America, is the atmosphere. I mean, for some unknown reason, the people have taken a shining to me. And, you know, you go to the Masters or a US Open, a US PGA, there's thousands of people. And when you get that support on the type of golf courses that we play over here, I mean, it's electrifying. And it's very hard not to get carried away in that. And, you know, I think the thing is, your golf just goes up another level. You either handle it or you don't. If you handle it, I mean, it's a great feeling. And it's just a huge form of motivation.
9th 2 years ago, and tied for 10th at Shinnecock Hills last year. Second shot, Tom Lehman. Roger.
3-iron from 221. Going just right of the flag if it'll carry.
What a shot, Roger.
What a shot is right.
Best shot of the day on this hole. He's got the same putt that Nobilo had for birdie.
And
Eagle.
Lehman has it for eagle. So Tom Lehman, after the bogey at 1, comes back and sensational approach and an eagle chance at 2.
Dick, this is the 3rd. The yardage is 200 yards. Frank Nobilo. And Dan Pohl is there.
Well, I gotta believe that Frank's going with a 5-iron. What breeze there is out here now is just a little behind the player. So really, I think if he carries this right around 195, he should have enough to get it back to the hole. Got a good swing on it, but it's heading left. Got to get up to catch part of the green.
Bunkered. Ahead to 9.
And Norman's second shot.
He's got a really bad lie. That's the bad news. The good news is he's wonderful at this shot. And the green is not all that much sloping away from him, Johnny. If he can just flop this up onto the green, it'll release right to the hole.
I don't think he'll play a flop. I think he'll play a sand shot. You watch, he won't just die into it. I don't think he'll open the club just like a sand shot, hit an inch behind it, pretend he's in the bunker. See how good firm move, got a little too firm, and the thing jumped on him. That was a little unlucky. I think he thought the club would slide under, and it caught the club, didn't it, John? I think he did everything right. The one thing that he came into it so aggressively, I thought he would be a little smoother coming down. Watch this here. He opens the face, sets his head back an inch, takes a big swing at it, and thought he would go under it a little bit more, and it just shot out of there.
Meanwhile, at 4, Davis Love getting ready for his second, Gary.
Yeah, bad break here. Looked like a good tee shot, and it just caught the corner of this bunker. Very dangerous shot here if he takes. He played a smart shot, took a lofted club, and just got it back into play. Just got to accept when you get a bad break.
4 playing much more difficult today. It began playing the 15th as you look at the fairways hit today. 0 for 3 for Davis, and then today the 6th toughest. So to go along with that narrow landing area, the hole location today causing problems for the golfers. Back at 13, Scott Hoke lighting a little bit of a fire. Birdies at 11 and 12 here at the par 3 13th, 175 yards. Birdie at 12 got him back to +4. And sticking that shot at 13, a chance for his 3rd straight birdie to get to +3 for the championship. And back to 3. 2 rather.
And Steve Jones' 3rd shot into the par 5.
Uphill shot, sort of blind, hitting up over this tier right here, you can see, and leaves it short.
Back to 9. Greg Norman, how long is this bid for par? John Schroeder?
Well, it's about 40 feet up the hill. As Justin Leonard spent about 30 seconds looking at his ball. It was right on that slope, and it wasn't sure it had settled so he could mark it. That shows you how steep that incline is up to the cup. This is a very, very difficult putt, obviously, to make, and I think for him to get it down in 2, Johnny Miller, is his goal right now. He gets to the front 9, 1 under. He's got 9 more holes to go, and definitely not out of it by any means.
Yeah, it would really hurt if he were to 3-putt this and squander all 4 birdies and end up even this side.
For Norman as we go to 4.
3rd shot for Davis, Gary.
89 yards, sand wedge. Davis has a tendency to spin the ball a lot, and there's a lot of slope around this hole location. Hold on.
Pretty good, Gary.
Yeah, you called that, Gary. It does slope from back to front at number 4. Davis has that putt back up the hill to remain at 1 under. Back to 3.
2nd shot out of this bunker.
Buried lie.
Actually, very well done by Frank Nobilo.
Come on back. Nope.
And back to 2.
And now for Eagle. Roger?
Perfect position, dead underneath the hole from 7 feet. Very little break. Steve Jones has already made par. Just decelled on that a little bit, John. Let it get away.
I don't think he could believe it. Might have drifted a little right. It was supposed to be straight, but it's the same thing we've seen a couple other players do, is miss it right there. Nobilo did the same thing, Roger.
Tom Lehman reclaims the lead, -2 for the championship with his birdie at 2. 15 within 4 shots of the lead. Only 2 of those have a major to their credit, Ernie Els and Craig Norman. So the possibilities of a first-time major championship very real on this Sunday. Southeastern Detroit as we go to 4.
Colin Montgomery with a birdie chance. He also missed the fairway here as well, Gary, but a pretty good recovery to get here for his 2nd.
Excellent recovery. Now he's left with a very difficult putt, putting across the ridge. Big break to the right.
Not bad. So that par putt again to remain at +2. This week, fairways hit first in greens in regulation. Has had a hard time putting all year, so much that in 3 tournaments he's used a different putter in all 4 rounds. Back to 3.
Par attempt now for Frank Nobilo. And Paul, can you help us here?
Well, number one is he hit a great bunker shot. He had it half buried in the sand bunker over there on the left side. Took a pitching wedge and just kind of hit a real soft little shot. This putt is very tricky, a little speedier than what you think coming down here. Looks like to me it should move just a tad to his right.
Well done. That is a heck of a par save for Frank Nobilo at the third.
The only New Zealander, Bob Trumpy, to win a major was Bob Charles, the '63 British Open, so no one from the great country of New Zealand has ever won a major championship on U.S. soil. Let's go to the third tee and the leader.
Just coming off birdie. Roger, we have the yardage at 200 for 3.
200 yards, just a good 4-iron for Tom Lehman. Very strong iron player.
Strong everything.
Down in that little trough between the two ridges here in the third green. That's not a bad spot. Let's move ahead to 4.
Par attempt for Davis Love. Straight up the hill, but sooner or later, missing fairways will catch up to you. A bogey for Love, back to even par for the championship. Back to 3.
Steve Jones.
This ball starts at the right side of the green, drawing back slightly.
Well done. As this final round unfolds, there are 4 players under par.
And Jack is on the tee at 13.
Plus 6, 175 yards. Jack at +1 on his final round and his 40th straight Open. Not a lot of people have been able to reach it there below the hole. Jack does to 6.
This par 4, second shot, Ernie Els, +2. You'll like that. Champion 2 years ago to 3.
Birdie attempt, Steve Jones comes up short.
Little tentative there. Told me before the round, Trump, that he had a little bit of a queasy stomach.
I would hope. Please.
Last round of the Open will do that.
Yes. And this for his par 3 to stay just one back of Tom Lehman. Let's move ahead to 10.
Par 4, 450 yards, second shot, Greg Norman.
155 yards. An in-between shot for Greg, either a hard 8 or a little 7.
Standing above the ball in this sloping fairway, probably about 4 or 5 inches above the ball.
Turn at 34, 1 under today.
Dick, we're at the third. Roger Maltby, help us read this putt.
Just inside 20 feet, a little uphill, should move slightly to his left. Just didn't hit it. Didn't hit it hard enough in the last either.
Well, that tap in will keep him at 2 under. Leader by 1. Let's move ahead to 5.
Par 4, 455 yards. Gary, there seems to be a little problem with Davis's shot there.
Well, Davis has missed another fairway just by a few feet. Had a reasonable lie, but he was standing in ground under repair, so he's called in the referee with this match, Reed McKenzie, and is going to take relief. A little bit of a chancy move here. He could end up with a worse lie.
That's right. And David Fay, you have something to add to that?
Well, not too much, other than he is taking a chance. He can always play the shot, but if he elects to take relief from ground under, it's free, and he has to drop within 1 club length of the spot, which is nearest to the ball, which is not nearer the hole, avoids interference from the condition, and is not in a bunker or water hazard or on the green.
David Fay with us, the Executive Director of the United States Golf Association.
Gary, have you noticed anything about Davis's game today? I mean, he hasn't hit a fairway, which, if that keeps up, you're a goner around here.
That's very true, Dave. The last 2, he's actually hit pretty good shots off the tee. He's been using that 2-iron that he hit so far, and he's really just missed the fairway by a couple of feet. A couple of bad bounces. The golf course actually drying out considerably. The ball seems to be bouncing and rolling on the fairways a little more.
What's he got now?
He's got 188 yards to the hole, 169 to the front, so he's taken a 6-iron, which if the ball really comes out quickly out of this rough, I think could be too much club. Well, he's got it coming out of there pretty nicely. It's just a matter of how quickly it'll stop.
Well, it runs up onto the green. A little slope carrying it away there. That's a good shot from the rough. Hasn't really come to rest just yet. There it is. Let's go to 14.
Tom Lehman, again, 430 yards. Looks like he has a driver. Could be
very aggressive play here, Dan. Fairway's very narrow between the bunkers.
20 yards wide up there, Roger.
Got it going left.
He did it. Oh, he got it through there. Danced out of the intermediate rough and in the fairway. Ahead to 6.
Where Woody Austin has a par putt. One behind the leader. And drops a shot. Falls to even for the championship.
Steve Jones.
Sets up nicely for his draw.
That one's piped right in the middle.
Perfect for Jones. Jones and Lehman well positioned to the fairway at 4, back to 6.
Ernie Els' birdie attempt. Go +1. So Els moves to within 3 of the leader, Tom Lehman. Now to 10. Greg Norman.
Guys, this is the kind of putt that I hate. It looks pretty darn straight. I know there's some movement here, but I couldn't figure out which way it was going to go. Greg and Tony really looked this over. I'm not so sure they've figured it out yet, but it's just one of those really hard, straight type putts. Slightly downhill.
Back to 4.
No below, birdie attempt. Right to left swing. Pretty good speed for Nobilo. To 13. Pick up Jack Nicklaus and his birdie attempt. So Jack's going to remain at +6.
And he doesn't like that at all. I can tell you that. He's trying to mount a charge with a pillow on his putter.
And back to 4, John Morse circling his birdie attempt. John Morse grew up in Michigan. Really never played the North Course, or rather the South Course here. Played the North Course in an amateur qualifier, but is the only Michigan native in the field from Marshall, Michigan. Former captain of the Michigan golf team. Having a heck of an Open as well.
Well, Danny had a beautiful shot in here out of the right intermediate rough with an 8-iron, kind of bounced it up the gap. He's had 3 really solid pars starting out, which was a nice start for him. See if he can run one in here.
His 3 previous U.S. Opens never even made the cut, was a combined 30 over, and here finds himself just 2 off the lead. That's what he's done in all of the major championships. 6 straight cuts. He's made the cut in his 7th major championship. So this has been a big week. Here's a lot of cheers and go Blues from the galleries. Back to 6.
Jim Furyk, second shot. Man with the unusual swing is even for the championship.
Get down.
Oh, that went way long. It's like, what happened there?
Meanwhile, back at 5.
Davis Love. Gary, what's this one going to do?
Be moving up the hill and to his right. Very slow putt.
Well, you called both of those. It was moving to the right, and it did come up a little short. So Davis Love going to get a par there at the 5th hole. Just 7 birdies there at the 5th today. And the MetLife blimp Snoopy 2 is navigating the skies above Birmingham, Michigan to provide aerial coverage of the U.S. Open. In 1996, the blimp will travel over 60,000 miles to cover news and sporting events. Let's go to the 4th.
Second shot, Tom Lehman. Yardage, Roger?
145 going with the 9-iron, but the wind is kicking up. It has just got his attention. Just gusted up for the first time. Steve Jones has already played his second onto the green, some 30 feet short of the hole right.
Which way is it blowing, Raj?
It's pretty much at him and a little bit from the left, but pretty much at him, John. But he got a heck of a break on that tee shot, bouncing out of that left rough and avoiding that tree on the left-hand side.
Might come back a little bit. There's the slope in that green. That'll end up a little bit below the hole, but a good spot for Lehman. Ahead to 5.
Alan Montgomery.
This is for birdie.
Moves left.
Down the hill. Well, Monty finally makes one. So, Tom Lehman is just getting underway there. 1 shot ahead of 2 players.
The 35,000 tickets were sold out more than a month ago. This enterprising fan was not to be denied. Cost was not a factor. Across the street, binoculars, a little parasol, and he's in the final round of the 96 U.S. Open Championship.
It's Bob Euchre.
Let's go to the 4th.
Tom Lehman now with a pretty good shot at birdie here, Roger. This is just a pretty gentle right to left swinger.
Well, he'll have to come up over a slight ridge in the green, Dan, and I think it's going to break left pretty good, really. Depends what kind of pace he puts on it, but 2 putts from here would be okay. Could sneak it in, but I would think he'd be happy with 2 putts from here.
When he was in contention at Augusta in his first major championship contention, he said, I was so nervous I was looking for the nearest bathroom. But especially after his appearance in contention last year at Shinnecock and then certainly here today, seems to be at ease, Raj?
Very much so. This guy's a battler. He has a huge heart, and I think he was really looking forward to this round. That's the 4th straight putt he's come up short on. Been very tentative with the putter so far.
Tom Lehman, you mentioned Dan Hicks was in contention final round at Shinnecock. What did he learn from that experience?
Last year at Shinnecock, having I think I shared the lead going into Sunday, it was a learning experience definitely, and I know that I just came within a couple of swings of possibly winning the tournament. And I think the one thing that you learn is is just to kind of take it one shot at a time and not get ahead of yourself, not think, well, if I can just par this hole and par that hole, and then get to that hole, I can make a birdie type thing. Just what's right in front of you, it's all that matters. And I know talking to Corey about him winning last year, that's all I try to do is, how am I going to get this shot in the fairway? How am I going to get this shot on the green? How am I going to get this putt, down in two? Just that kind of attitude, and that's what I'm looking for.
That's good thoughts. He's got a good shot at winning this thing. There's no doubt about that. And I was impressed in his interview that he wasn't really wanting to shoot even. He thought he was playing better than even today.
Meanwhile, at 11.
Second shot, Greg Norman. That ball was sitting down in an old divot. This is the 11th. And that's a heck of a shot for Greg Norman out of that old divot. That left for a birdie at 11, back to 5.
Second shot, Frank Nobilo, just one stroke out of the lead. Just in the back fringe, too much. He said this green firming up quite a bit after the range we had earlier.
Second shot at the 6th for Davis Love the third.
It's a birdie opportunity, and he doesn't like it. Oh, we got a great hop. It really did. That's actually makeable right there. He can putt that or putt it with his wedge.
Love 2 behind this man, the leader Tom Lehman.
And this is the 5th, par 4, 455.
Going with the 3-wood here. Has it going up the right side, wants to draw.
Just sneaked it near the sprinkler head you see there, and if that interferes with his stance and swing, we'll get free relief. But not a bad shot by any means, just a light rough. Just not the best angle today to come in from. Now, Steve Jones. His tee shot. Steve started at -1. He's still -1.
This 2 up the right side. They wanted to draw it. Looks like it is.
His hit a little softer and very near the creek. That would be in reach in a couple of days. We go forward to the 7th.
Par 4, Ernie Els for birdie.
Breaks left. Pretty good. Looks good. It is good.
Yes, E for Ernie, E for Els, E for even. He's just 2 behind Tom Lehman. Winner 2 years ago, the 26-year-old South African Els factor, as we check the leaderboard in this final round of the U.S. Open as it heats up toward what should be another great climax. So many in contention. And as you mentioned before, Johnny Miller, par, anyone under par for the championship might well be caressing that trophy.
And anybody even par, first one in to post that score, it might be the score that does it.
Greg Norman, +2.
Greg Norman's 5th birdie of the day. To go along with 3 bogeys, he is +1 on the championship, 2 under for the day.
That's a heck of a birdie out of the divot.
Yeah, he has not hit a bad putt today as we move back to 6.
And Davis Love the third's birdie opportunity.
How close, huh?
At 5.
Frank Nobilo, this is the 5th. This is his 3rd shot. It's on tape just moments ago coming down the hill, but that moves to the right there, to the player's right. Hold on, Frank. Now, this for real. John Morris. Started even, still even. This for birdie. to his right there, and it never did. Never did move to the right. The man has won all over the world, missed qualifying for the tour here and played in Australia and different places, played very well. Let's go to 6.
Colin Montgomery to draw even for the championship. Birdied 5. Great interest in Europe, of course, and Great Britain. Colin Montgomery, a big star, #1 player on that side for 4 years. Roger?
Well, Tom Lehman has driven the ball next to this sprinkler head. I believe he's going to be questioning whether he is entitled to relief or not, and now it would have to interfere with either his swing or stance. And I'm not sure it affects either one, David Fay.
Well, that will be an interesting question, right? There's no relief for what we call mental interference. It has to interfere with the lie of the ball, his stance, or his area of intended swing. And this is going to be close. The referee, Trey Holland, is going through it now, and I think he said...
Relief has been denied.
Play away.
Could have possibly affected a piece of his backswing, right, Roger? That's the only thing?
No, it's to the right of it, John. It won't affect his backswing. I really don't think it's an interference either.
Oh, I don't either, but I just said it.
Now below makes his par, up on the green, to stay 1 under and 1 shot back. Well, back in the fairway, the leader, Tom Lehman, Steve Jones, Tom there with his caddy, studying. What about the yardage, Roger?
Well, he's got, from that sprinkler head, 178 to the front edge, 197 to the hole, David, and he's really got the ball sitting down in the intermediate cut here, and this one's going to be a heater. He's got to be looking left to the hole, try to get it down in the valley left, because I just don't believe he can get any spin on this ball.
No, it looks like to me that the shot, if he thinks it's going to jump, and that's what he said, will be the right side of the stands that you see behind the green, not anything toward the flag. Because this green has really gotten firm, Roger.
Down slightly downwind, which doesn't help matters either for him right now.
Played this hole in bogey, par, par the first 3 rounds. Well, he's changed clubs. I don't know what he's gone to.
Looks like he's got an 8-iron out.
Well, that would be a man-sized 8-iron then. And he just questioned the caddy again. You think it's going to jump? Yes.
This ball has to fly.
Jump means it's going to shoot, or it's going to go farther than you normally would hit an 8-iron. So look for this to come up, to land short and run. Like did it start right?
It came out right and a little soft, a little cutting. It has carried the bunker.
And it's a good shot now. It has turned out to be all right. Just stay there. The slope carrying it away a little. There's this big slope to the right. Well, anyhow, a very good shot. Of course, Tom, you can see now the sprinkler head there not bothering. We'll just see what happens. No, pretty well clear of that. Good swing. It did jump a little to the right, but he had enough of the right club to be okay. Now, Steve Jones. He's played the hole in 3 pars the first 3 days.
Had a 7-iron from 171.
Oh, this could, no, it stopped too soon. Doggone it, if it hit just a little bit firmer, that would have been all right. All right. Tom Lehman with the 1-shot lead, just where he started the round today. Ernie Els making a move. Jim Furyk, Davis Love. Oh, there's a host of players that could win this. While at the 5th, Steve Jones. This birdie putt put him at 2 under and in a tie with Tom Lehman.
Moves left all the way.
Big break left. Right there. Did he hit it? Did he hit it? Well, good solid 4, but not necessarily what he needed there, of course. Let's go forward to the 7th.
At this par 4 from the bunker, Davis Love's second shot.
Another fairway miss by Davis, but he's hanging in there at even par, despite it all. But just can't keep doing that.
To 12.
Second shot, Greg Norman missed the fairway and is laying up at this par 5, 12th. Will it stay in the fairway? Yes, it does. That's a good angle to come into this whole location at 12. And let's move back to 5.
While back at 5, contours on this 5th green. This is really a wild green as you look at the graphic here. Big mounding on the right. There's 5 major mounds here that play a part in this at the 5th hole. One to the right where the flagstick is, one to the left, one far left, and 2 in the back. Now this putt's going to go left. Now he missed that all the way. Well, he didn't read that right. Still, good par, good shot out of the right-hand rough, so still leading the championship by 1.
David, what was it that Gary Player said about Donald Ross? He said Mr. Ross must have had one leg shorter than the other.
Yeah, because of all the greens. Well, that's how he drained them, and before the days of such sophisticated drainage as we have today. Let's go to Davis Love.
Johnny, I can't tell you how good that was from a very poor lie with not much green to work with.
Beautiful tempo on that. Just watch this. It's just gorgeous tempo. He plays it way forward, takes it back low. Watch this, and cocks his wrist 90 degrees, then releases it. See how he released those hands to add a little loft to throw it straight up? See how the club's pointing straight up now?
And a chance now for par to stay within 2 of the lead. Davis Love III continuing to search for that elusive first major victory. This is for par.
What an up and in. Gotta be proud of that one.
Now Davis Love III, his dream still very much alive, 2 from the lead. Let's go to 6. This moments ago, John Morse for birdie. Wow, they'd love to hum Hail to the Victors a few hours from now in this state as the Michigander with a big putt. Now back live.
Possibility of just like a little chippy shot? Or pretty certain it's a time.
This is your former caddy?
This is Andy Martinez's caddy, and he's a very creative individual, knows a lot about the game, and he does a lot of suggesting. He says it might be just a little chip shot out of this light rough. He's a flyer lie, just like the last shot on the last hole.
135 uphill into the wind. Really seemed to come out pretty soft, John.
Perfect distance control again, Roger. Last hole he thought he was short, got the good bounce off the bunker, and that's a good one there. That's a birdie chance.
To 12.
This is on tape with Greg Norman. We saw his second shot, his third shot to here. He's using a fairway wood as a putter. This for birdie at 12 to continue applying pressure. No. Just comes up short. Greg taps in for his par. Let's move back to 7.
Frank Nobilo and Dan Pohl is there.
Well, he's in between clubs right now, looking at 150 right to the hole. A little breeze picked up behind him. At first, I think he had a 9-iron out. Those trees that there's see right in front of him will not be a factor in the shot. Gonna choke a little 8-iron, take it in right to left. It's heading a little left of the flag. Got to get down.
Nobilo wanted more than that. And now John Morse.
Well, he's played a real solid first 6 holes. Beautiful birdie there on number 6. Going in there 148 yards. Little 8-iron. And he's got it turning in just right of the hole. If he gets a kick, this could be good.
That for birdie that would tie him with Lehman.
Pretty good stuff out of him.
Been accurate, and he's putted well. Complete game, which is what this great course requires if you want to be on that first page.
Those are winning stats right there, I'm telling you. Those are very strong.
Out of 13.
Greg Norman on the par 3 13th. It was at this hole yesterday where he had his only birdie in his round of 74. It plays 175 yards today. Hole location back left, and Greg taking a look at the treetops to see what kind of wind direction he has to deal with.
Danny, the wind just switched. When I walked down from the tee, it was right to left. But I'm down here about 100 yards from the flag, and now it's switched around and helping. And, you know, you do not want to miss this green long. And I know he's going to be going very aggressively to put this ball close, and that's a very critical part of his club selection and the kind of shot he wants to play.
Just saw the card for Norman, the latest birdie coming at 11. One of 5 birdies on the day. Down into the bowl. To 18.
And the defending champion, Corey Pavin. His last walk-up 18 was after that wondrous four-wood. Today accepts the acknowledgement from the gallery, knowing that it wasn't his championship, didn't play up to his standards. Now back to Noblo.
It's an interesting play right there, Johnny. Must have had a real nice lie. Thought it could come out there with a putter. Normally you wouldn't have a putting, once you miss these green sides, you're not going to be able to putt it, but caught a nice lie. A little tap in for a 4.
That would keep him within 1 of leader Tom Lehman. John Morris. Well, we said he's the only Michigander in the field, but he's not the only one on the course. Pride and Joy at Mount Pleasant. Dan Pohl is there, and we'll get his comments. But first, let's move to 6. Tom Lehman.
Well, this is a beautiful 5 foot, almost dead straight in. It may move just a little bit to his left. You get it into this position, you feel like you have to make them.
Putt's been breaking all day, Dan.
Well, it looked like he came up out of that just a little bit, Johnny. His head moved just a touch and just closed down the putter and just pulled it. It's a funny feeling out here. There's not a lot of crowd following this particular group, so they're just kind of moseying along and both playing very solidly so far.
Morris remains 1 under, but now trails by 2 with Lehman's birdie. Colin Montgomery, second shot at 8.
180 yards on this 440-yard uphill par 4. Difficult hole. Pin location is way back, and he stiffs it.
So Colin Montgomery, who is capable of getting on a hot roll. Birdie chance there, and now the leader, Lehman, with a 2-shot edge.
Trying to fit a 3-wood between the water and the bunkers on the left. Water's at about 250 on the right.
Solid tee shot, left center. Beautiful.
Right into that area where there are a lot of divots. Let's go to 8. Davis Love, second shot.
After a long drive. It's right at it. Right at it, he says.
Norman, birdie attempt up the hill, John Schroeder.
Not a putt you really want to get aggressive with, Danny. If you can get this down on 2, you'd be happy. Because if you knock it by, very treacherous coming back down this hill. Very steep upslope. He has to go up. Let's give it a good wrap. Still didn't get it there. Man, what a great effort.
Still not bad. He's below the hole. That's the key on the par attempt coming back up. Norman again 2 under on his round today. Began at +3 and now is at +1. 4 off the pace now that Lehman has birdied the 6th hole. And Norman about ready to enter the fearsome final 5 holes, which begin at 14, so it's not going to get any easier. To 18.
Haven, bogey attempt. So he finishes 4 over today. Check that 3 over, a 73. Gary?
Davis Love, after a beautiful 7-iron second shot from 172 yards left with this 12-foot downhill birdie putt. Johnny, this one looks like it could be really quick.
It is. Just sort of get it over to the left and let it work down that fall line, and then just let gravity feed it in there. Even par for the tournament. 3 behind Tom Lehman. Yes. Very nice birdie on this tough uphill 8th hole. I have a couple birdies in this group on this hole.
Davis Love the 3rd, trails by 2. As you look at the updated leaderboard, and Colin Montgomery, the only European to win the U.S. Open in 69 years is Tony Jacklin in 1970. So it's really eluded the grasp of some great players. Birdie chance for Monty.
A rare double birdie here on 8.
Montgomery even par, so he's only 3 behind Lehman. Let's go to 7.
Steve Jones from the left side of the fairway has 172 yards to the hole today, which is cut in the back left. It's a little bit awkward here. Got a hanging lie. John got the ball below his feet and needs to play a bit of a draw to get it back into that hole location.
Well, he's got the draw part worked out.
Yeah, that he can do.
But I noticed tall players on this lie, when you're standing above it, when they come down to it, they can't quite get to it. It's easy to pull the ball, just the opposite of what the book says you're supposed to do.
7-iron from 172. Good looking shot at the hole.
Very nice, Steve Jones.
Roger, as we watch Tom Lehman in the lead by 2 shots, you can remember a time when he was trying to gather his game together.
Well, when he was just coming back, Dick, in '92, we qualified together in the sectional qualifier in Columbus. And I've never seen anybody drive the ball that well for 36 holes that day in the middle of every fairway. And you knew then that he was a new Tom Lehman. He went on to finish 6th at Pebble Beach in the Open that year. This is a 9-iron from 153.
That's a hefty 9. I remember 20 years ago, that was a 7-iron.
Well, this is right at it, John.
Flies it past the hole. Good shot. That's some power.
Little adrenaline in that 9 as well. Jack Nicklaus, as he makes his tour of these hallowed grounds, ovations to greet this man who will have a mighty big chapter when they write the book 50 years from now.
I remember when he used to tee it down bending only one leg.
You'll appreciate that.
Johnny, now one day you too will be bending both legs to get down to it, all right? But you know, Dick, it won't be the same without this man as we look back from 17, because he's been such a part of golf in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and here we are in the past the mid-90s. And his accomplishments, when you look at him, and just ask Johnny, I mean, they're remarkable what he's done as a player.
The thing that's so amazing about Nicklaus is how consistent he was. I mean, he was always there. He never would shoot himself out of it. Everything was solid about his game, thinking and physical.
This is a 4-iron, playing 202 yards today.
Right.
Well, that's not where you want to be. He's going to slope will carry it back a little bit, but he's left himself a pretty long putt. 1 over for today's round. I'll take a minute and look at the records that he has in the Open Championship. Number of appearances, wins, of course, tied with some other guys, Hogan, and 1-4 Jones, 1-4. Top 3 finishes, top 10 best scoring average, round in the 60s. I believe he also shot the lowest amateur score. Let's go to 8.
Frank Nobilo.
7-iron from 160 yards, taking it right high, coming right in at it.
Nobilo in a 4-way tie for second behind Lehman with Davis Love, John Morse, and Steve Jones. 7. Steve Jones, and this is a birdie attempt to move within a shot of Lehman.
Well, this putt back uphill from about 9 feet will move to his right. This is a good spot on the green to be putting from. Pieces of cotton out of the trees now. They're kind of sticking and flying underneath the players and sticking to their skin and whatnot. One bothered Steve.
I think it's out of the cottonwood trees. Let's see how his nerves are doing about right now.
To 14. And as we get a look at Greg Norman lining up for his second shot, a reminder here at 14, this is the longest par 4 on the course, 471 yards, and this will be a pivotal test as the leaders come from behind. Norman, what's he have left here for his second, John?
He has 204 yards to the hole, negligible wind, 4-iron shot. It sets up great for him. Dan, he can hit that nice high cut in here. I look for him to put this ball in there in birdie range. I really do. He's swinging just beautifully today.
Hole location front right.
Well, he's starting these final 5. They've been waxing the field. And I think he's going to have to play him 1 under, guys, to win this, have a shot at winning this championship.
There's that valley that rolls, cuts through the middle of this green from front to back. You see a lot of balls go in that direction, and he has played the back 9 very well this week. 1 under to 7.
The leader, Lehman, for birdie. Moves 4 up. 3 ahead of the pack, plus 4 for the championship. Tom Lehman, or minus 4 rather, excuse me. 4 under for Tom Lehman. Oh, he's showing no nerves at all. In fact, building his lead. Final round of the 96th Open. The par 4 8th. Par putt for John Morse.
Not a lot of break here. Just like that. John, you're hanging right in there.
Morris remains 1 under for the championship. Now 3 behind Tom Lehman.
Staying aggressive with that driver on almost every hole. 8th hole here. See if you can thread it in between those bunkers. 27 yards wide down there. It's all playing a little downwind.
Perfect drive, John. Left center of the fairway. You can really feel he's starting to gain strength.
Meanwhile, up on the green at 8, no below. Birdie attempt.
Yes, sir. It's 8th green. The ball's going in.
And Frank Nobilo, 2 under, 2 behind Lehman. Back to the tee, Steve Jones.
Where's that one, Raj?
Looks pretty good. Drawing up toward the left side. That too. Perfect shape.
Long.
At 14.
Craig Norman, birdie bed. You can see from that angle the big swell that he has to come up and over to the hole location. Got plenty of speed. And he ran that by a little farther than he would have hoped. That left for par for Norman, back to 9.
This moments ago at the 9th of par 3. Sam Torrance from the bunker, second shot. Lovely, as Torrance would say. He's 3 over for the championship. Live at the 9th tee, Colin Montgomery. Gary?
Well, Dick, it'll be interesting to me to see if maybe the momentum hasn't been broken a little bit for this group. After 2 great birdies at 8, they've had to wait on this 9th tee for about 15 minutes. Montgomery taking a 3-iron.
High cut shot?
Yeah, trying to start at the middle of the green, but it's not moving right.
And that's not where you want to be. That's going to be really fast.
Continues to be wonderfully accurate.
It's going to be fun watching that next shot he has. I'm telling you, go over this green, Gary Koch, and I'm telling you, you almost cannot stop it inside 15 feet.
Well, the group right in front, Jim Furyk, was just long in the back fringe and chipped it about that distance by. Now Davis Love maybe a little bit of an advantage getting to watch Montgomery's shot first. Boy, Johnny's taking a 5-iron. The hole is playing a little bit downwind. Obviously, he is pumped up.
220, 5-iron. You don't want to go long.
It's a good-looking shot, just slightly left of the flag.
Come on back. Come back.
To 17.
On tape a while ago, this is for par for Jack Nicklaus. This to stay 1 over for his round today, 6 over for the championship. Oh, left a lot of putts short today, and I know that's made him hot. No, it goes to 7 over. Playing along with Peter Jacobsen, who's having a good round today. Peter 1 under. Nicklaus now 7 over. I've never heard a man from Ohio State get so much applause in Michigan, I'll tell you that. They really stood in standing ovation at 16.
Dick? Now Jack Nicklaus to the 18th tee as the applause reverberates throughout these 7,000 yards of great golf terrain. Now live on 18.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see just how emotional he gets, because maybe in the back of his mind is he knows he might be playing in more of these, but if he's indeed decided that this is the last competitive go besides the ceremonial one, he might get the 2,000-year Open at Pebble, which would be interesting. It will be interesting to see just how emotional he'll get, because what a run that this guy's had.
He's Michael Jordan, Babe Ruth, the Red Grange. He's golf's greatest.
Wants to hit it between those bunkers. The right bunker carries about 265. It's playing shorter today.
Some of the gallery cheering that drive with their hearts.
I might want to just go visit his stands there.
As Jack makes his walk up the 18th fairway, some fellow professionals had their thoughts on the Golden Bear.
It probably won't be the same without Jack Nicklaus at major championships, because when you know Jack is there, you know that it's a tournament that really counts.
No man in the history of the game has done what Jack Nicklaus has done for golf. His record in major championships is something that will never be equaled as far as I'm concerned. And I think everyone's career from here on in will always be compared to his career.
You know, I grew up idolizing Jack. From, when I was a kid, I grew up trying to grip the club like him. Trying to, when we were having putting contests, I was Jack Nicklaus. And Jack has been an influence on my golf career, and it'll be a sad day when he doesn't play in the U.S. Open anymore.
Well, Jack Nicklaus has obviously meant a lot to the game and a lot to professional golf, but growing up as a kid who was watching the pros, he was always my favorite and one I always strove to play like, and it's hard to believe that I actually got to play some golf with Jack Nicklaus, and looking forward to chasing his record for a long time.
He was my first hero. I was watching TV in 1971 at Augusta, and he was the first guy I saw, so that was what really got me interested in golf before I tried every other sport. So he was the first one, and since then he's always been, he's been the role model, and he's set the example and the standards that we're all still chasing.
Jack Nicklaus has been, well, he's been the greatest player that has ever lived. Now, what greater compliment can you pass than that? But secondly, we all know what a great winner he's been. But I think he's the best loser I've ever seen. And that's been a great example to millions of youth all around the world. When he's lost, he's taken it like a man, looked you in the eye, shaken hands with you and said, well done.
Well, I know how he must feel. I've had that experience, and what Jack has meant to the game has just been fantastic over the years.
No one, for generations to come, will never see another golfer like Jack Nicklaus. Jack Nicklaus was the type of player that when he made up his mind that he wanted something, he could work and he would achieve it.
I feel very fortunate to have been and competed against Jack Nicklaus when he was at his best. I knew how good he was, I saw it, and there'll never be another one. He's the record book of golf.
As Nick Price said, we go to a new century, and 100 years from now, if you're to be considered great, it'll be measured against what Jack Nicklaus did.
And what a tough measurement. A lot of round numbers. 40th Open here, 70 tour wins, 10 senior wins, and 20 majors. A lot of easy round numbers that will never be equaled, probably.
When you think of the fact that if someone won 20 tour events, that would be a terrific career. He's won 20 major championships. Well, Jack gets ready. Let's swing back to 14.
This for par for Norman. And that may have just about dashed his hopes. That puts him 6 shots back of Lehman as Norman moves to +2 with a bogey at 14. Still 1 under on his final round, back to 18.
And I should note that Scott Hoke has just birdied the 18th hole. 2/3 of the field is finished now, and he's in the clubhouse with the best score of +2, which, believe it or not, is not totally out of it. The leaders have got the pressure of the Open. They haven't won the Open. The guys are on the top of the leaderboard. They got the fearsome fivesome, and we've seen the problems that have happened, and I'm telling you, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Scott Hoke with a round of this Sunday, a 67 +2 for the championship.
He's come up with a very good break, to be honest with you. Extremely good break. A clear shot into this green, even though it's a wood, into a 4-par uphill lie with bunkers everywhere, 5 bunkers. He says he can't get the 1-iron up out of there. So he's going to hit some kind of finesse 3-wood.
Okay,
just let my legs work with it, huh? Right.
Yards.
Just to the right edge of the green.
That's a good spot, actually, just off the green. An easy little pitch shot. That's a very good shot, really. A lot of leaders that would like to be there in 2 today.
Now this huge gallery that's surrounded the 18th fairway and 18th green eagerly awaits his arrival. At first, Peter Jacobsen.
And Peter likes to be part of it. He's in his own right, has been fantastic for the game. And you notice he swings with the club off the ground and make his swing level, sort of the same thing that Norman has been working on with Harmon.
He's had 4 birdies and a bogey on this backside, plus 4.
And there is a spot that you will not believe the shot he's got. I mean, that is so tough from there.
But the moment belongs to the 56-year-old from Columbus, Ohio, Mr. Jack Nicklaus. His 148th walk, up 18 in this great championship.
Probably the greatest compliment.
We'll walk together.
He loves it. They both love it. Peter keeps talking. Maybe Jack won't get so emotional. Should be sinking in about right now. I gotta clap myself. That's all I gotta say. See the gallery that wants to be able to say, I saw it.
Some of them with those voices as if they were saluting a great opera singer to come back out for one more aria.
Well, this lie, it's not quite as good as we thought it was, but actually the way he wants to play this with the lob wedge back in his stance, this is makeable. And what could be better than for him to knock this right in?
Well, I thought I was on the green. Wow. I'll just chip it in too.
Well, obviously Peter said to Jack, why don't you just chip it in? And then he says, well, I'll chip it in too. If you chip it in, Peter, you hit a shot of your life, because this is like it's like being on the left shoulder blade and trying to chip it over your head and stop it on your right shoulder blade.
But as Blaine McAllister said, kind of digging in at the USGA folks saying that, hey, it's the U.S. Open. You just stick a pin on a car hood and let's play.
But he's got this hogs back that's sitting right here. You have to see this like that. And so it's either going to shoot the ball, and I've seen some balls end up over there today, or of course if he hits the downslope, it runs 15 feet past. So any player today that needs a 4 here and wants to play a cut shot into this right pin and double crosses and goes long left, which could well happen next hour or two, is really going to make bogey almost every time. We'll see. Now after that, he'd probably knock it a foot, but I don't see how he can do it. I haven't seen it happen today.
Love and Montgomery have parred 9, just to bring you up to date.
He's going to go for a heroic effort here. Big swing, flop shot.
Norman parred 15.
Nope, slip out. Just what I was talking about. Look at Peter, you almost hit Jack. It rolled right around Jack's wedge. Jack's saying, hey, you're right at me now.
Lehman and Jones have also made their pars. So Lehman continues to lead by 2 over Frank Nobilo, as the drama, attention all focused here at 18, and Jack Nicklaus, many wondering if this will be his final U.S. Open.
And I guarantee you, he's head hunting right here. He knows he can make this. It's really kind of shot he'd like to drain, and that's why he's sizing it up.
Would that have been something?
That's a great shot. Very nice, Jack Nicklaus. Let's take a look at that reaction from that shot. It's tracking right on line. He's going in. Come on, he's in. Very fine 4 in the making. And Peter Jacobsen liked that hogsback so much he gets to try it again.
Hang on, Mike.
So he wants Mike to hold the pin. You technically can't make your caddy stand any particular place, but a good caddy will know to hold it on the high side and keep it up by his feet.
While we wait for Jake, this is a par putt attempt by Frank Nobilo at 9. Stay at the turn, 2 under for the championship, 2 trailing Tom Lehman.
And those are some fine putts he's making on that front 9. Big breaker, going up now on top of the hogsback, shooting right. Pretty good putt, Peter.
The leaders have been waiting with the backup at the 9th tee, so you've really not missed much of the action involving Tom Lehman and Steve Jones.
And just so you know it, Peter Jacobsen was 1 under going into this hole for the day, 4 over for the tournament, one of the better rounds posted, totals posted, and he's going to make at least a bogey here.
We saw Davis Love in that tight, close, strong relationship with his father. And remember, Jake, as we think about this Father's Day, he lost his father 4 years ago, and he really lost interest in golf for a long time, just trying to get through that period.
Well, deep down, all us sons want to please our fathers.
The year of his life in '95. Doubles here at 18. 71 for Jacobsen. And Jack a tap in for a 72. his hat too, but he's not going to throw that. But it is a man who's given everything else to this game.
That's a wonderful moment right there. Good tournament by Jack.
It's been a great championship. Now to the leader, Tom Lehman, at 9.
Doesn't want to go long. And he's done just that, and that is going to be a tough shot right there. It's not what he wanted to do.
Ahead to the par 4 10 third shot, Davis Love.
Not much green to work with here. Very delicate. He's a beauty at number 7. Got it up and in, but this one, no chance almost. The players try to slide the club under in those shots, and a lot of times it jumps on them.
So it looks as if Love will lose a shot at 10. Trailing Lehman by 3. Let's go to 16.
And the second shot of Greg Norman. Greg 1 under for his round today. 2 over for the championship.
Pretty good looking lie, Dave.
It
has to be. And John Schroeder, you've seen that.
Yeah, it's a good lie. He's got 137 yards. He can just muscle basically a 9-iron, and pin's very accessible from there. He's still not out of it. I mean, if he can make a birdie or 2 coming in, you never know. Didn't sound solid to me.
No, it didn't sound that way, but it did. He got it up there.
Come on, back. Come on.
He will. He's coming back some, John.
I thought I might have hung up in the fringe there.
Yeah, well, it almost did, but he's got a slim chance still. And Greg Norman, we've seen his swing so often lately. Of course, gets it back nice, upright, good plane, good strong swing, stays down and through it, good extension through the ball. It's a very high shot, and the higher you finish with your hands, the higher you hit the ball, and that's exactly what it did. Good shot. Let's go to 9.
Steve Jones, 3 behind Lehman, is on the tee at 9.
Shot there that'll come feeding back in, just still coming. You get rewarded if you can hit it inside of these little bowls where the hole locations are. Gives himself a slicing birdie opportunity.
Jones with a chance for a 2 at 9. Here's the updated leaderboard. Nobilo 2 behind Lehman, and Love, Morse, Jones tied for 3rd, 3 back. Colin Montgomery, and in the clubhouse, Scott Hoke, a 67 today, +2 for the championship. Our attempt for Davis Love III to stay at 1 under. He's got some work yet.
He's paying the price for these miscues off the tee. He's strong. He's got an upright swing. He's able to overcome some of the lies, but you just cannot keep hitting it out in the rough.
Back to 9. Roger?
Well, Steve's ball has just gotten out of the fringe area into the primary cut here. Doesn't have a real good lie. He could putt the ball, but I think he's risking it taking a funny hop out of there. He is. Picked the putter so far, but this one has a huge break, Johnny. I mean, he's got to get this thing up near the left fringe of the green or close thereabouts, and then just let it feed down off that back shelf.
Is he going to be able to keep it up above?
Well, I don't know if he can. I don't know. It depends how much steam it picks up as it releases down the hill.
Let's take a look at the animation of this green, and you'll see the real problem with this is how much it rises in the back. And you can see the hole location is down in that bowl there, and the whole the ball's back here where we see the orange, and so he's coming down like a side hill roller coaster. A lot of fall back to front on these greens.
It's consistently ranked through the rounds as one of the 3 toughest holes, 2nd currently toughest.
Roger, what is like you almost have to hit it to the fringe, doesn't he?
Yeah, and part of the hard part with picking the putter here, John, is he's on a severe side slope. His feet are well above the ball. In the first 4 or 5 feet of the putt that will go through the fringe, that may shoot the ball right very quickly off of that, and if it does, then I would think he would have a real good chance of missing this well right.
He could pitch it and then take a lot of that break or whatever. He knows where the line is going to be then. But
okay, he's changed clubs.
He is going to pitch.
He is going to pitch it, and I think this is really a better choice of plays.
What is it, 15 feet of break?
At least.
I know people back home probably can't believe that, but it might even be 20. He's not sure about this one. He's put it out of position. This would be a tremendous par, Roger, if he can get par here. This would be a big confidence booster. Now, that's the good news. If he makes bogey, who knows?
Pretty handy chip right there.
Boy, that's a beauty there. Just fantastic. He's got to be so happy with that. It's hard to smile at this point in the tournament, Roger. See him
16. Norman's putt for birdie. Greg's right. Looks like he started that a little too high. Now and too strong also. Now he's left himself one.
You see how he's following that? The minute he hits that ball, his eyes are following it. He is not keeping the eyes back. He is watching the stroke and watching the ball.
Ahead to 18, par 4, and it's Payne Stewart who led for 2 rounds. And makes his par putt, 73 today, and finishes +7 for the championship. Flirted with his second Open Championship, but the last 2 days fell off the pace. Now back to 10.
For a bogey.
And a must bogey for Davis Love III to stay within touch of Lehman. Now 4 back of Lehman.
Well, Steve Jones' birdie putt here will move to the right. He's hit every green to this point. Maybe that'll get him going.
Former Colorado Buffalo. 2 behind Lehman.
Well, that's a good birdie, Roger.
Yeah, he's had opportunities.
At 10, Frank Nobilo, second shot.
Fortunate the ball wasn't another foot to the right. He's got a clear shot. Let's see if he gets it enough club to get it there. And what a golf shot this is. Oh, Frank. What a shot.
Birdie chance for Nobilo. Back at 9. Lehman for his par.
It's just about right edge. Coming off the worst shot he hit all day, this pulled 5-iron. That's a great save. Great up and in there.
Well, Lehman, after 9 holes on Sunday last year, was tied for the lead with Greg Norman. Shot 3 over on the backside, finished 3rd, 3 behind Corey Pavin. He says he's learned from that experience. He leads by 2.
Greg Norman with the 5-iron at the 17th.
One time.
Going right at it, Dave.
Got a real hard kick, John, up there. He thinks that's a good shot. He got a hand. He's going to be very surprised with that finish. Oh, what a bad break. Let's go to 18.
And Nick Faldo, many picked him to win this championship. This for par. Faldo, even par 70 today, +5 for the championship. He just couldn't make any big putts.
Good consistent rounds, though, just not good enough.
To 11.
Davis Love, fairway of the par 4 11th, his second shot.
Bob, he's got just under 155 yards right back to the flag. Davis finally in the fairways, only hit 3 of 9 fairways so far, so maybe a chance to be aggressive.
How's it look, Gary?
Looks like it needs to get up.
Well, that's a decent shot, a reasonable putt for birdie for Davis Love. Coming off bogey at 10, he stands at even par in the championship. Back to 10.
And Frank Nobilo for birdie.
Putting really well.
Slides it by. So par for Nobilo will keep him at 2 under. As we check the current leaderboard, 2 behind Lehman, tied with Steve Jones. John Moore still in the picture, just 3 behind Lehman. For those of you just joining us from Oakland Hills Country Club, let's take a look at Tom Lehman, who entered this final round with a 1-shot lead and started roughly in the left side rough off the fairway and would make bogey at 1.
And if you wanted to know whether Tom Lehman was ready to win an Open, right there it looked like, well, maybe he wasn't, but just watch what happens after this.
Second shot into the par 5 second.
Get back there, baby.
Giving Lehman a chance for an eagle 3.
It's a pretty good putt here, but just leaks a little right.
But the birdie at 2 brings back the shot he lost at 1 to the 6th hole. Second shot. And his iron play continues to be rock solid. A birdie there. To 3 under for the championship, and then to go 4 under at 7. Tom Lehman making the turn, 4 under for the championship, a 2-shot lead. Roger?
Tom Lehman has driven right here on the 10th hole, and it's got a really bad lie. This one's really gotten down deep in the rough. I know he's very strong, John, but I doubt he could muscle this one out of there to the green. I'd be surprised.
You can see just how strong that grass is. He took that about 1 blade of grass. 7 and 9 green is great stuff, and made some clutch putts. Great up and in at 9, of course. So he's on a run right now, Roger.
Yeah, he is, but he's also missed 4 of the 8 fairways, the driving holes so far. So he's got to be a little more consistent with that club. That's from 190 yards, and he's very strong, but that's not going to get there.
Got a lot of roll, Roger.
It came out running, but it's come up a good 20 yards, 25 yards short of the green.
Not bad, because it's on the upslope. You can see, watch him muscle gear up for a heavy hit here. Very strong player. Good turn. Look at this. Whoom, getting that thing geared up for impact. Keeps that right elbow up against his side and just like a battering ram coming through it.
Former Golden Gopher almost took the Minnesota coaching job in his low moments as a professional. As most of you know, they wanted him to sell ski equipment in the winter, and he said, "No, I'm going to stay with golf. I don't want."
11 is $399. Nobilo 2 back of Lehman. To 17.
And Greg Norman, second shot, going to putt this, take that wedge and try to do that. Well, that was the only way, it seems to me, if he was going to make it. Time running out, or has run out now, I would say, unless the wheels were to come off of a lot of people. Certainly needed to get a birdie here at 17. All right, let's go forward to 11.
All right, thank you, Dave Marr. This birdie attempt for Davis Love, just coming off a bogey at 10. Gary Koch, this is in the must category.
We're getting to that stage, Bob, and there was one thing that impressed me so much about Love yesterday. When he played a nice solid round, every time he made a bogey, he was able to come back with a birdie. Just went up the hill. Should be turning a little left at the end.
Well, Gary Koch, he followed that bogey at 10 with a birdie at 11. And Davis Love at 100 trails Tom Lehman by 3 in the final round of the 96th U.S. Open.
Tom Lehman on 10, and Donald Ross built this course around the 10th and 11th holes.
Sort of a tough little pitch shot because the green goes away from you almost right now. See how it keeps trickling, but not a bad shot at all.
And to 11, and Frank Nobilo,
left,
2 behind.
Yeah, excuse me, Dick. Left heavy rough. Just pitching it out, has to take his medicine here at the par 4, 11th. Below just 2 back of Lehman, tied with Steve Jones. 2 under par in the championship, ahead to 13.
Ernie Els making a bit of a run, birdie at 12 to get to +2. 175 yards today. And the 94 champion in position for yet another birdie. He could make it interesting. Back to 10.
Speaking of birdie, Steve Jones' attempt.
Yes!
Jones stays in contention.
Making those putts, clutch putts.
He's now 3 under, 1 behind Lehman. So the pressure is immediate for the man from Minnesota, from the lanky Jones.
It could be a 2-shot swinger here.
Well, what was a 2-shot lead could now be a tie ball game, and he has labored the last 3 holes. This uphill, inside the hole on the left. A little tentative again with the putter and lost it just right. Starting to struggle.
How quickly, Roger, the complexions change. Lehman and Jones now tied at 3 under. Birdies for Jones at 9 and 10.
Well, as easy as that front 9 seemed for Tom Lehman, the back 9 could be much tougher because the pressure is mounting and the holes are going to get tougher.
Now Nobilo is only 1 behind the leaders.
But this is his 3rd shot, Dick. Well done. He will putt up to the hole location for a par to 17.
This moments ago, Greg Norman at 17 for a par. I never even hit the hole. Well, I'm afraid that, as they say, you could put a fork in him, he's done. As far as winning, let's go to 11T.
399 yards. Steve Jones, after 8 straight pars, a birdie at 9, a birdie at 10, is now tied for the championship.
Tee shot up the right side, turning back to the center. Playing beautifully right now.
And Roger, I think you could count the number of guys that have won a U.S. Open drawing the ball in one hand. So if he does, it'd be rare indeed. Hooks in the U.S. Open are not best of friends.
Johnny, I was going to mention, you see that graphic? 10 of 10 greens hit in regulation.
And only missed 1 fairway.
Yeah, he's good stuff. Little pressure right now, Roger, on this man. I think he was looking clear of the field. All of a sudden, it's tied.
Going with the 3-wood here. Got this going a little left, maybe in the left rough.
Roger stays in the fairway.
One of the most unlikely of U.S. Open contenders beginning the week, Steve Jones, with a chance for the big prize.
I was a little frustrated at points when I wasn't able to play. I mean, anytime you take a couple years off, and I kept re-injuring my finger and wasn't sure I was going to play again, so that was a little frustrating. But I just had to be patient and just say, well, if my finger ever gets well enough, then I'll play again. And that's the only way I looked at it. And I took advantage of the time at home with the kids and my wife, and just had a good time there. after my 3-year layoff, it would be just an extra bonus to be able to win the Open. Obviously, it'd be the thrill of a lifetime. And I'd have to credit some of that to the Hogan book I read this week. He really inspired me to work harder on my game and take it more seriously. And obviously, he won here in 51, and it's kind of inspired me this week.
Going back to the great Ben Hogan and his famous win, 1951. Reading about Hogan has inspired Steve Jones.
And actually, that Hogan book is rather controversial because it's not always positive Hogan, so.
Up on the green at 11, this for par for Frank Nobilo. No. Ahead to 13.
For birdie, Ernie Els. That opportunity hurts. 16.
Dan Forsman, 37 years old. Second shot to 16. Little left, but it's not going to be too bad. You may not be happy with that, but that certainly, if you miss, is the right place to put it. Coming off a birdie at 15. Get to 1 over, so he's got a chance here to get to even. Certainly no way he's out of the championship at this point. And Snoopy 2 is cruising the skies above Birmingham, Michigan to provide these scenic shots of the U.S. Open. Since the MetLife Blimp's first flight in 1987, co-pilot Snoopy has logged more than 500,000 miles navigating across the skies of America, giving us these great pictures. Let's go to 13.
Jim Furyk, another one of those making a charge. 2 birdies in a row to get to even for the championship. Here at 13, again, 175 yards. That's a 5-iron by Furyk. A lot of club. He wants to get it there, and he does. Just above the hole. It'll be a little quick moving back down to 18.
And the walk up, Greg Norman. About 15 feet above the hole for his birdie. He's even today, but came out charging and sent a bolt of electricity through these entire grounds.
He got the even par for the championship on number 7 with his birdie there, but lost 3 shots from there to 18.
Bob.
Tom Lehman.
7-iron from 164 uphill and right to left. At the very left side of the green, needs a bounce.
He got it on the putting surface.
Steve Jones now has 130 yards. Just a perfect drive. He has played, if unspectacularly, very steadily to this point. Really just has not made much in the way of mistakes and just waited for that putter to wake up. And it just may have.
Got a good birdie opportunity here. This is like a little tiny funnel green. If you hit it right, it kicks left. You hit it left, it kicks right. If you can get the right distance, you almost can't be more than 12 feet. I don't think it's even possible to be more than 12 feet if you get the right distance.
That's in there. Just a little left of the hole.
Well, that's 11 greens played, 11 greens hit for Steve Jones. And at 12, the par 5, third shot, Davis Love. Davis is at 1 under, just birdied 11. Will it? Oh, it just stayed up. They head to 16.
Forsman, Dan Forsman, this to get back to even par for the championship. But he'll move a little to his right. Got it a little far out. Well, everybody's playing more break here on that putt than there is. So, going into the back nine, Steve Jones and Tom Lehman will be tested today because they have a chance to win the first major championship of their lives, as does Davis Love, Frank Nobilo,
What a tournament.
Welcome back to Oakland Hills Country Club. The leaders face the final 5 holes. As tough a final test as there is in golf. Lehman and Jones tied 3 under.
Here at 13, Jim Furyk birdie attempt to get within 2 of the leaders. That close. Good putt coming down the slope there, but Furyk will par and remain at even. Back to 11.
Birdie attempt, Steve Jones. This is for the lead. Lehman missed his birdie attempt. And at 12, birdie attempt, Davis Love. Get there. Love to 2 under on the championship. 1 back of the co-leaders. Now Steve Jones for par. He stays at 3 under, tied with Tom Lehman, 1 ahead of Davis Love. Now also at the 12th birdie attempt for Cullen Montgomery, stands at even on the championship. Yes, Cullen Montgomery moves to red numbers. He becomes one of the 5 players under par at 1 under. Actually, with that birdie by Cullen Montgomery, now 6 players under par. But this Oakland Hills golf course begins to take on the backside. Now second shot, Frank Nobilo.
Pretty risky play here, Trump. 265 to the front. Caught nicked the edge of the tree. Took a lot off it. May just catch the right side of the fairway.
Well, he's rolling down in the...
Oh, now he makes the 3rd shot. Really tough coming in here.
Yeah, he's in the intermediate rough, just in front of the bunkers. Dan Fold, this 12th, 560 yards from an elevated tee down here to the valley. Let's move ahead to 18.
This on tape for birdie. And another miss to the left, and for his par. Shark with a 70. Was within 1 after 36 holes.
Steve Jones off the tee at 12th. Rogers head on line.
Right in the middle. Might be able to give it a shot from there, too. Might be able to go in 2.
Let's move ahead to 13.
Davis Love the 3rd getting ready to tee off. You can see what his 2 straight birdies have put him. Just 1 off the leaders, Jones and Lehman. And Gary, it took a long time figuring out which club he wanted to use here.
Well, he did, Dan. There's a little bit of wind coming across from right to left. Really not hurting at all. And I believe Davis has taken a 7-iron, which it's going to be a big one to get it all the way up on top. But I think that's the smart club, because if anything, you want to be short here. Well, he shot it way up in the air. I don't think it's going to get all the way to the top level.
Not even close. It'll fall back down in the bowl. Next up, Colin Montgomery. Before he hits, let's go to 12.
Tom Lehman's tee shot. Cuts the fairway at this 560-yard par 5. And again, 213.
Colin Montgomery, 2 off the lead after the birdie at 12.
Dan, he's taking a 6-iron. This yardage fits this club much better for him.
Let's see if Monty gets it back there.
Well, that's a good-looking shot. Slightly right of the flag.
An aggressive play in the rough. And that green works quickly from back to front. But Davis Love III has moved to within a shot of Jones and Lehman.
Welcome back to Oakland Hills. The course was remodeled in 1950. Robert Trent Jones added many of those bunkers. Let's go to 12 and Frank Nobilo.
Yeah, over some bunkers. Frank Nobilo, third shot. Out of the intermediate rough, can he stop it? And just to the back fringe on the 12th green. And let's move to 13.
Well, you saw Colin Montgomery. Have you had a chance to check out his lie in the rough, Gary?
Well, I have, Dan, and it's not good, but it could have been a whole lot worse. The problem is the position. I mean, he's going to have to pitch the ball probably into the intermediate cut of rough and just hope it kills some of the speed off of it, because once it gets onto the green, it is just straight downhill.
Gary, could he knock this inside 5 feet?
John, I guess it's possible, but I mean, under these circumstances right now, with your nerves jumping a little bit, if he does, it'll be one of the better shots I've seen this week.
Well, you can see he's given it a lot of thought.
Well, it's interesting. His caddy's actually pointing that maybe he should go well to the right and try to utilize the slope in the green to soften the shot. It's an interesting idea. I'm still not sure it'll work.
He'd throw it out to the right and then just let it trickle left, huh?
Yeah, I think that's what the caddy's pointing out to him. I'm not sure Colin's sure what he's going to do. I know he'd like to have the tee shot over.
That's when it does not pay to be aggressive. At 13, you want to get it back to that hole location, but if you go too far, you're faced with a situation like Monty has.
And you see how many players are in double digits over par. Almost, I'd say probably half the field are in double digits.
Type of shot you have to be careful you don't get too cute with.
It's going to move.
That's gone.
It seems like we've seen that shot, Gary, just time and time again. Guys try to slide it under and it jumps out like a flyer, and that's rolled up against that primary cut.
Not an easy two-putt from there either, to 12.
And the birdie attempt of Frank Nobilo from the fringe. Just a little bit short. So he'll make his par 5. 12 is the easiest hole here on the backside. But a par 5.
Look at the leaderboard. Bob Trumpy with the Jones and Lehman in the same competitive pair. 3 under for the championship, and Davis Love 1 back, and plenty of others with holes to play with a chance. Let's go down to John Schroeder.
Thanks, Dick. Greg, close again. You played a wonderful round of golf, and it was just a matter of inches, it seemed like to me.
Yeah, that's the way the game goes, you know. I mean, if it was going to go your way, you're going to get that 2 inches either way in your favor. And, yeah, like the shot I hit into 17, you know, if it's going your way, it probably rolls up there and then comes back down. Yeah, those type of things. But that's a game of golf, and I gave it my best try and came up empty.
Steve Jones and Tom Lehman are tied 3 under with 9 holes, with 7 holes to go. Who do you think has the upper hand, if any?
Well, I think probably Davis Love does right now at 2 under. I think he's probably got the upper hand because those two guys will be looking at each other, and Davis can just get along. I think the finishing holes suit him because he doesn't have to go ripping a driver to get there. Holes like 18, he'd probably have to hit 3-wood off there, which is going to make him hit him into the widest part of the fairway, whereas the other guys have got to worry about driving through that fairway on the angle. So right now, I'd put the upper hand in Davis's favor because for those reasons, and he's ahead of those guys. He's a couple ahead of them, so it's going to be interesting.
Thanks for stopping by. Good luck the rest of the year. Dick, back to you.
All right, John, and you saw Tom Lehman.
That was his second shot on the par 5. A pretty darn good shot, but it just shot over the green and might be up near the lip. Not a very good break. Steve Jones also going for it, Roger.
Steve going with the 3-wood. Got it just right of the hole. I don't know if this will get up.
Nope.
That's in the front right bunker.
Well, you'll see. Maybe a little luck comes into play here. Lehman hit a very fine shot going right at it and just shot off that bank that you're looking at right now. Let's see what happens.
Meanwhile, back to the par 3 9th. Check that, the 13th. Colin Montgomery.
This his par attempt. Uh-oh. And back down the slope for a bogey attempt.
On tape a few moments ago, John Morse for birdie at the 12th. That on tape, and he moves to 2 under par on the championship, one back of the co-leaders. And now to 13.
And Davis Love coming back up the slope for birdie. And that's a pretty good effort. Below the hole for his par to remain at 2 under. Will have that. The ever-changing leaderboard, Jones and Lehman at 3 under. You just saw John Morse get to within a shot, and now Monty for bogey. And just like that, that for double.
You get above these greens or in the backs when the pins are back, and you're pretty much done. You just have to mitigate a bogey, maybe a 15-foot par putt, but he had a very poor pitch shot out of that primary rough to miss the green all the way on the other side.
From 1 under to +1 for Colin Montgomery, still looking for his first major championship. Now Davis Love, who played the more conservative iron off the tee, left it below even though it was well short, ran it up for 2, and now has this left for par. To remain a shot off the lead. But he's about ready to enter the fearsome final 5. It begins at 14.
Yeah, all thoughts of birdies just about are gone now. It's possible 14's not a birdie hole, but 15, 16, if you play it right, has got a shot. But 17 and 18, you're just hanging on. If you can play those holes even par, really the person that can play those holes even par coming in, whether it be Jones, Lehman, Love, Morse, even Nobilo, might be the winner.
Speaking of Morse, here he is on the tee at 13.
Danny's going with a 7-iron, which isn't enough club to get him back there, but I think he's just trying to play it short of into the middle of the green. He's got it going right at it, but I think it's got to get up.
That'll fall back as well, but the more I see players play 13, it's not bad going back down in there.
Dan, I think he was just trying to hit it right there. He was perfectly happy right there.
To 12.
Third shot, Steve Jones. Roger assessed this bunker shot.
Not too bad. A long bunker shot, but it is slightly uphill, and the green is uphill as well, so.
Hard to get it there, Roger.
Hard to get it there, but boy, it's not a bad spot to keep it underneath just like that, John.
Good shot. He looks good, Roger. He looks pretty relaxed and like, hey, I can do this.
Well, he just hasn't shown any weakness yet. He's played very, very well to this point.
Of course, you know, a lot of times it doesn't show up till 15, 16, 17, in there.
This is 13.
And Frank Nobilo.
It looks like Frank's going with a 6-iron. He doesn't have to get much of this. Wants to get it back there. It's got to go just right of the flag. The wind hits it. Looks like it may get up.
It's up. Out of the primary rough, but slippery from back there to 12.
And Roger, this bunker shot by Tom Lehman looks a lot more difficult.
Well, it's really ended up in a tough spot. He went with a driver from the fairway for his second shot, just pasted it, hit a great shot.
I think you're right.
But it's gotten into this back corner, and now he's considering whether he can play at the hole or not. Got a downhill lie, the green runs away from him. He's now looking to the right, away from the hole, just so that he can keep this ball on the green and have a putt at it, albeit a side hill putt from maybe 25, 30 feet. That really seems to be the best play he has at the moment.
Well, let's see if we can illustrate this situation here and see exactly what he's got there. It's on the downslope there, and he's probably going to try to land it in here and work it right over to this area because the green's too short here. If he hits it here, it'll run all the way off the green. Might even be going farther right than that. I don't know. Very conservative play. Did he have to aim that far right, Roger?
I still think that was the smart play, John. I really do. Otherwise, he risks leaving it in the bunker if he tries to get cute going the other way. And, you know, at this point in time, he doesn't want to make a mistake that silly.
214.
Longest par 4 on the course, 471 yards. And Davis Love ranked second behind Tiger Woods in driving distance after the 3 rounds of this championship, has bombed one down 14. Good hole to catch one. As you take a look at the beginning of the fearsome fivesome, beginning at 14, which is played the 4th toughest. A little bit of a break at 15, but anything can happen at 16 with a water, and then 17 tough, 18 the toughest. And how the leaders have played them, Davis Love has been the most successful through 3 rounds.
Well, that might bode him well in the next hour and a half.
And back to 12.
All right, Dan Hicks, thank you. It's Tom Lehman now. He's there in regulation. He's there in 3. Roger, read this putt for us.
Well, he'll have to come up over a rise immediately in front of his ball, and then it would be working away and to his right. Not an easy putt by any stretch of the imagination, but I think he showed great discipline and patience in playing this bunker shot this way.
A little short on a lot of putts, Roger.
He has been today. He has not hit anything very far past the hole at all with the putter.
213.
Frank Nobilo. Dan Pohl.
One difficult little chip here. Just got it lofted just over the intermediate cut. Just hope it trickles. Pick up pace right about here. This is a great looking shot.
That is a beautiful pace. Nobilo with that left for his par to remain 2 back of the leaders. Back to 12.
And the par attempt of Tom Lehman, 37-year-old Tom Lehman.
Well, this is a big putt for Tom. If he made 6 here, that would be unnerving after playing 2 really wonderful shots from the tee and then his second here. This is not an easy putt at all. Slippery little putt moving to the right. Well, that's got to hurt.
You believe 6 after those first 2 shots, Roger?
Well, luck plays a big part of this game, and he got a bad deal when his second shot got into that corner of the bunker. Anywhere else, and he would have had a reasonable shot at certainly birdie, and just a bad break at this point in time.
That's smart.
Well, gentlemen, for the first time today, someone other than Tom Lehman holds the lead. And if Steve Jones makes this, he leads by 2. 213.
John Morse coming back up the hill for birdie.
John has played a really solid round of golf today. Only missed 2 greens, and this will be the tester right here.
You want to leave it below the hole, but not that far below.
It's hard to imagine watching Frank's ball come down the hill, how slow it is going back up the hill, and you just can't get yourself to hit it hard enough.
Guy's playing a great Open for a guy that's never made the cut in a major. It's quite a graduation. It'd be like going from kindergarten to a doctorate degree in one fell swoop.
Well, a great example, Johnny, is how he's playing within himself. On 12, he came over and said, I just hit a 3-wood off the tee. He says, I know I can't get to the green. Played a second shot down there 100 yards, put it in there 8 feet and makes birdie. So he's playing within himself, knows what he's capable of doing out here on the golf course.
Morse 2 back. Has yet to make bogey today, needs this to stay 2 back. Morse slips back to 1 under. Now at 14, second shot for Davis Love, the third, after bombing the drive. 7-iron from 177.
Must be a good one.
Asking for it to be the club, and it is. Difficult to get close to 14 from that front right edge hole location. There is Steve Jones, the leader by himself. A 2-shot lead over Davis Love III and Tom Lehman. Yardage again at 13, 175.
Well, he has won a national title. I played with him the first 2 rounds in Canada when he won the Canadian Open in '89, and I was very impressed with him then, prior to his injury, of course. But with his 4 wins on tour, counting that one, solid player prior to the injury, and he looks very good, especially with the flat stick. He was always known for really a good putter and sort of a streaky player, and he's in one of those streaks right now.
Well, this is 7-iron, looking to get the ball underneath the hole and left. Got it going left of the hole. Looks like it needs to get down.
Will it come back? It'll stay there. It'll be quick from there, but at least he's not in the heavy, thick rough.
First green he's missed.
Dan, is that a real tough spot there? He can handle that, can't he? Just trickle it out?
Yeah, he should be able to.
He made it look like Roger had hit a worse shot than he did, but he really must be in tune with his game, because that wasn't that bad a shot, but he knew it was long. Sitting down a little. It's sort of like a different cut than the...
Over to 15.
Par 4. Furyk for par to stay even. Now that 26-year-old Arizonan, Jim Furyk, stays within 4.
13T, Tom Lehman. Bogeyed 2 of the last 3 holes.
It's also a 7-iron. He's got this ball right of the flag, well right, trying to draw back.
That's a tricky spot for Lehman, who's lost 2 shots in the last 3 holes. Steve Jones, leader by 2.
Only 8 groups remain to finish in this U.S. Open Championship. Tom Lehman started with the lead, but Steve Jones has passed him by 2. Davis Love III, he with Lehman 2 off the pace as we pick up the action at 14.
Davis Love for what would be only the 4th birdie at 14. He just really wasn't sure how much that would break. It was a little downhill. And back at 13, Tom Lehman first to play, Roger.
He is, and his ball has come to rest up against the collar of rough behind the green. Pretty tough for this kind of a downhill, very fast putt. You know, when you get up against that collar, Johnny, it makes it hard to get that ball come out the right speed sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you give a little extra at the last second, I've noticed, on that And you can see it's sitting down, which will make it pop out of there. If he hits down, it'll pop out with overspin. He could putt it with a sand wedge, couldn't he?
He could. That's an option. Certainly to play it with the sand wedge. Might even be a little better play, actually, but he seems comfortable with the putter. But I think this is going to be very hard to control speed-wise.
How big a break?
Oh, it goes to his left pretty good. We'll have to hit this putt high up on the right side.
Looks pretty good, Roger.
That's really a very, very good effort from there. It really is.
Watch it pop out of this hole here when he hits it. Nice level stroke. See how low that stroke is coming in? Look at that. You could almost double hit that if you don't watch out.
To 15T.
Davis Love. A lot of club off this hole.
Yeah, he's taken a 3-wood, Johnny, and he's turned it around the corner. This is very aggressive.
I think he might want to win here.
Back to 13. Steve Jones's turn.
Blading and sand wedge. Look at that trick.
Easy.
Gardner made it. He's enjoying himself. Look at this. Very good shot there. Just blades it perfectly. And again, you got to be careful on those. If you accelerate, you can double hit them.
It's been 20 years since a sectional qualifier won a U.S. Open. Jerry Pate, the last to pull it off back in Atlanta in 1976. 2-shot lead, but Tester coming back for par.
Yeah, it's getting about that time when this length putt, just let me tell you, it's hard to make a smooth stroke. Let's put it that way, huh, Raj?
Sweaty Palm City right here.
I mean, you get where there's so much adrenaline and your awareness is amazing, and you're asking yourself, can I make this putt that I've been practicing all these years to win a national championship? And everything's a question mark. You see how quick that little stroke is, but that's a good stroke for short putts. It just gets the job done. No, I guarantee he hasn't missed the hole by an inch on a putt that long all week.
That is his very first bogey of this final round. Jones falls back to 3 under. And right now the lead has been trimmed to 1.
You just get prepared from here on in, Roger, where pars are wonderful, aren't they?
Each and every one, it will have real meaning.
This is where Nicklaus knew the value of a par in a major championship in the last hour of play.
This would be a good par to get Lehman back on track. Can't afford to really bogey 3 out of 4 holes. This for par.
Well, that's not an easy little putt either. He'll be moving to his right.
He hits them very firm, these putts.
Nice par save for Lehman. He remains at 2 under, but Jones comes back to the field with his bogey at 13. As they head to the first of 5 tough holes at Oakland Hills Country Club. Jones with a 1-shot lead. Love playing 15. Jones and Lehman heading to the long par 4 at 14. Some other scores for you in this final round of the 96 U.S. Open. Faldo couldn't get it going, bidding to continue a possible Grand Slam bid, but not this time. Payne Stewart had the lead through 2 rounds. Send you to 16.
Jim Furyk, second shot to 16. Even par. He's still got an outside shot. And a very nice shot into the 16th. Very makeable putt from the front of about 15 feet. Let's go back to 14.
Here it is, the 14th, 471 yards. Lehman has parted each of the first 3 rounds. And it is a slight dog leg to the right. So a cut shot can come in handy here if you have it.
Setting up left for sort of a line drive, little fade.
That's just what he's done, John. Not cutting a lot, but certainly in the left side of the fairway.
And Roger, you were talking earlier about this hole doesn't set up that great for Steve Jones.
Well, it doesn't. Steve likes to play a big right to left shot, and this is an awkward angle for him to hit at.
Meanwhile, third shot for John Morse up on the green at 14. That's a beautiful play. Morse has that one left to remain at 1 under. Back to the tee.
Started this ball well right, trying to draw it back. At the trees at the right side, and needs to get lucky.
Went through the tree, Roger, but it's in some pretty heavy rough. It didn't get where the gallery's walking.
15.
Second shot for Davis Love III. Trails by only 1.
Well, Dick, after a very
right a little. Yeah, right to left and help.
After a very aggressive tee shot, Davis left with a second of only 132 yards. You heard his brother Mark say the wind's helping, and from right to left, pitching wedge.
Hole location's way back left. Tough to get to that pin. Smart shot. It's going to be about an 8, 9, 10 footer straight uphill.
Love 9, 10 feet away from a birdie putt that would move him into share the lead with Steve Jones as we build to a climax, the championship for the 96th U.S. Open.
Par attempt for Frank Nobilo at 14. This long par 4 beginning to take its toll to 16.
Young Jim Furyk, 2-time winner on the PGA Tour. This to go 1 under for the championship. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Oh, it slips in. All right, Jimmy. 2 under for today's round. 1 under for the championship. And let's go back to 14.
There is the hole location, front right edge. Jones with a lead, 1 shot over Love and Lehman. Furyk now in the mix very much, with 2 holes left at 1 under, tied with Morse, who picked up his par at on this hole at 14. Roger, yardage.
190 for Tom Lehman. Has the great angle from the left side of the fairway, but has such a penetrating ball flight. Doesn't hit it real high. I don't know that he can really shoot back into this right corner of the green, which runs away from the player.
That's another one of the tough distinguishing features of 14 is the green that moves away from the fairway. And the deep valley that cuts through the middle.
Going with a hard 6-iron here. He's got it just left of the hole.
And that will collect into that valley. Haven't seen 1 putt made from down in the valley all day.
Well, Steve Jones would love to get his ball over there, Dan. He's got a bird's nest lie over here from 186. He has no opportunity to play at the right side of the screen. He'll try to trundle something on into that valley and be very happy if he gets it there.
Grunting that one out. And it'll be short.
And that will be a very hard pitch from there.
Not a lot of green to work with, and it does move away. 15.
Up on the 15th green, Davis Love III, a birdie opportunity to go 3 under, tie Steve Jones.
Very makeable putt, only 10 feet. Should turn slightly from his right to left. Bug flew right onto his ball. So he'll regroup, go back through his routine.
Davis Love III. One of the big emotional stories of this U.S. Open Championship, playing on Father's Day. His dad taught him the game. Is now tied for the lead.
And he's 1 under through the first 2 holes of the fearsome fivesome. So off to a good start there. Keep it going.
The third is -3. Maybe that's his lucky number 3. Meanwhile, up at 17.
Jim Furyk, 202 yards. 1 under par and just 2 shots back. Oh, it just didn't catch that slope and work left. It worked straight back. This green getting very firm.
Couldn't hit it there, but tried.
Up to the finishing hole. 18. 82, champion Tom Watson. Tom is 3 over for the championship, 1 over today.
Well, you can take a look at the 16th hole right here. It's this hole with the lake, obviously, and what you want to do is fit a 3-wood, probably maybe Davis a long iron right into that area there. You got to hit the fairway almost, lets you get lucky, and from there now you have to cross the lake, and so it's a very much of a pressure hole right here.
Third shot, Steve Jones to 14. Roger, how good was that?
Beautifully played. That is fabulous from there.
And back to 16.
Where Davis Love now in with a share of the lead, and this with an iron.
Huge shot on Dave, this one here.
Well, as you say, you just got to put the ball in the fairway. Otherwise, you flirt with any number.
See if you can make that level swing and not that down move.
Ball's going down the right side. It needs to turn if it's going to catch the fairway.
Well, he got a pretty hard hop, it looked like, Gary. And, of course, looking down here, it looks good, as it always does from up above. But here's where your strength might help you and then might work against you, too. Might try to get a little greedy. Let's go back to 14.
And Tom Lehman from that valley we talked about.
Dan, what have most people been doing from there?
Well, they've been leaving it short, and the ball will drift to the right at the end. Tough putt to gauge coming up that valley, Johnny, as you take a look at this 3D graphic. There it is from the front.
Well, what Ross did is he let the green just go with the fall of the land, which means the green is going away from you, and then he put this big collection drainage area right through the center that's sort of serpentine, and so you can see the ball just doesn't want to stop on the green. It's a lot like the first hole at Oakmont. Hit that hard enough.
That is a beautiful putt. Lehman didn't allow it to be dragged right. He'll have that to save par and to remain a shot back of Love and Jones.
The 16th hole, what a turning point it's been this week. Tiger Woods playing very well in the first round. I think he was 1 under at this point. This with a 6-iron into this hole. Catches the bank, goes in the water. Has to take a drop. The 2-time amateur champion. Now, Greg Norman, he went on to make 8. Greg Norman, 8-iron, 140 yards. This in the second round. Backs it up right in the hole and shoots 66, the low round of the day. Gets to 1 under for the championship. We've seen everything from 2 to 8s here. Ernie Els, this yesterday. Ernie at one time was leading. Just sounded as though it caught the tree. Bounces in the fairway but goes down into the hazard from where Ernie made a 6. Coming out live, that's Davis Love's lie in the rough. Gary Koch has been there. Gary, what's he got?
Well, Dave, I've got to tell you, it's probably the best lie that I've seen in the rough the whole week.
Yep. Right just inside his ball. Okay.
Well, what a time to get it, of course, and 3 under.
He's got 126 yards, 113 to carry to the front edge, taking a pitching wedge.
He's got a lot of room there, too, Gary.
It's coming out a little left of the hole toward the center of the green.
We got a good kick, and then a hard kick just in the back fringe, but that's all right. It kicked dead right when it hit. I thought it was going to check up, but coming out of the rough, it didn't. You won't have too hard a pitch from there if that's any kind of lie. So, Davis Love, and this would mean so much to him. But just ahead of that, at 17, the par 3, Jim Furyk. This is his second shot. Hit the hole. Only chance he had was to hit the flagstick there because it's just not going to straight downhill from where he was. Just a very hard hole, even though it's playing a little easier today. Jim, 1 under, 2 under for the round today. Coming into there, as you look down, that bunker you see right in the middle of the 15th fairway. And let's go to 18.
Where the 46-year-old Tom Watson for par.
Hit a good putt, just didn't break.
72 for Watson, +4 for the championship.
It's good playing.
Now to 17.
Jim Furyk, this for a 3 to stay 1 under. Hit it, Jim. Well, all right, go ahead. That drop him back to even par as Davis Love and Colin Montgomery come up to the green at 16. Huge cheer for Davis here. Colin now 2 over for his round, 1 over for the day. Davis, of course, the story in this group. Gonna look this over. Hard thing to do now. Keep your mind on the golf till you can get in. Keep your mind on what you have to do, because there's a lot of things running through a young man's mind. If you were with us early in the show when he was talking about his father.
What club do you think he'll hit, Dave?
Well, what kind of lie? Gary, did you get a look at that lie?
Dave, I did get a chance to look at it. The ball was sitting very nicely. I think he could do any number of things. He could take a little 9-iron or pitching wedge and just kind of bump the ball and just carry it on the green, let it run to the hole. I think he could actually putt the ball if he wanted to.
It's a really lush lie, Gary. It's almost a little into the green, and I guess he can get to it, but almost impossible to leave it short if he gets it on the green without chunking it, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the beautiful part of it. I mean, he's just got to move it forward, and it should come right down toward the hole.
Well, the problem's not going to be getting it to the hole, I don't think. He can almost miss this, and it's going to roll down to the hole.
You can see that grass is definitely leaning into him.
Very similar shot to the one he played back on the 6th hole when he was just off the green. He took a 9-iron, almost made like a putting stroke. Got the ball on the ground very quickly and just ran it down toward the hole.
Well, I think that's about what he's going to try here. Left edge, they're lining up the whole thing. It's the kind of shot, it looks to me, even if you did stub it just a little, it's still going to run down within 2-3 feet.
He's going to blade it.
That's what he did. Hold it. Now that one, I wasn't sure he was going to try to play like that. There's one that could have gotten away from him, and still, he's got a little work to be completed.
You could tell by his practice strokes that he was going to blade it.
That surprised me, John, I'll tell you. Steve Jones back at 15 waiting. Roger?
Well, the players here are waiting for the play at the 15th green. Tom Lehman made the cautious play but got through the fairway and has come up in the rough just in front of the fairway bunker. Steve Jones made the aggressive play, hit a terrific drive up the left side, only has 113 yards to the hole.
Montgomery, this for birdie. Now, once again, denied. 18 birdies at this hole today. Colin, 1 over par for his round. Outstanding ball hitting in this tournament going into the day, as you saw earlier, leading and driving in the fairway and greens hit. But the story right now, Davis Love.
Right down, but it's got a little right coming back up.
It's his brother Mark. You can hear telling him what he thinks. And just don't get this out of the hole, Davis. Just hit it inside the right edge of the hole, solid. Nice four and still tied for the lead. Davis Love the third going to the par 3 17th. Ooh, you're glad to get that hole out of the way. That thing is so dangerous, especially if you drive in the rough. But Davis caught a line when he really needed one. You got to keep your mind on trying to win, not starting to make up any speeches or anything. Go back to 15 now.
Moments ago, John Moore's second shot at 15. One under for the championship, two behind the leaders. And a birdie chance for Morse. And now Live trying to convert. Move within one, move up into a tie with Tom Lehman behind Love and Jones.
This man must be a competitor. What a heroic performance he's putting on.
Johnny hit a beautiful 8-iron in there from 149 yards, but he's had to wait here about 5 minutes while Frank got a ruling behind the green.
Michigander John Morse, who's won only one tour title in his career, is only one shot off the lead in the U.S. Open. To 17.
The par 3, 202 today, and I think they caught a little bit of a break, Gary. You know, they're a little bit behind, it seems to me, and so they're not waiting. The players ahead of them have been waiting every group, but they just walk right up now and not ruin their speed of play.
Well, you're absolutely right, Dave, and Davis has taken plenty of time here, too, trying to decide on club selection. Davis and his brother Mark have discussed the wind direction, which is helping him left to right. Can't help but think a lot of this is experience that he's gained from his good performance at the Open last year and at the Masters. Taking his time, just doing it one shot at a time.
I'm told this is a 5-iron.
Well, I would think he'd want to just shoot it right into the center of the green.
One time, kid!
Oh, he's lost it right. He's lost it way right. It'll catch the green, but it is going to be on the wrong side of the slope.
Oh, man. That is really tough.
Yep. I don't know whether something distracted Davis there, or some cameras or something, but that was a full flinch.
Dave, that was that same move he made off the first tee, and he's made so many times where he sort of makes that dive down with the right shoulder and leaves the face open.
Yeah.
Squeezes it right.
Well, let's go to 15 and Jones.
Second shot for Steve Jones.
After a perfect tee shot, 113. This is sand wedge, just a full hard sand wedge. Needs it to get up a little.
Right in between clubs, huh, Raj?
Yeah, he was kind of handcuffed there. Johnny pitching wedge would have been just too much.
Earlier here at 15. Second shot for Tom Lehman.
He's trying to lay off the tee short of that marker, which is 244, and had to come out of the long grass. Pretty good shot.
With just a handful of holes left, Davis Love the third and Steve Jones share the lead. Morse and Lehman one back. Only 4 of the 54 groups yet to finish in the clubhouse. B.J. Singh, a 69, Scott Hoke, a 67, Ken Green, 70 plus 2 are the leaders. Tom Lehman.
Well, it's a little pitch and run with a 9-iron pitching wedge, and got good pace on this shot right here. Very nice. Tough to get the right line. There's a lot of humps and bumps.
17, Davis Love. Now he has a very tough shot here, it looks like to me, Gary Koch.
Well, you would be right, Dave Marr. It is very tough. Davis has taken his L wedge, and it appears to me he's going to try to lob the ball up in the air and try to land it right at the top of the crest, or maybe just short of the hogback that cuts through the middle of the green, and have it hopefully just trickle down to the hole. But
we saw the same shot by Furyk and didn't turn out too good for him. Made bogey.
Well, you don't want to hit the downslope. I mean, he's got to take it in. You can see the ridge of slope that he has to go over. He's got to land right on the high part of that.
Toughest pitch shot in golf.
Well, that's as soft and as high as I believe you could hit it, and still it's going to go right about where Jim Furyk went moments ago. Just that side of the green. You've got to be on the correct side of that slope in the middle of this green at 17. Seems like to me any kind of hook to the left or anything would be a lot better than block to the right. While back at 15,
Steve Jones.
What a great putt.
Now at 18, Jim Furyk.
Drove it in the bunker off the tee. Goes with the wood into the screen. What a great drive. But boy, he's left himself one tough pitch shot there over the big hog's back.
Back to 15, Tom Lehman.
It's 2 under, just 1 behind Jones and Love.
We'll duck in score for Ernie Els. He finished with a 70 today. He's +1. He's now the leader in the clubhouse. Champion 2 years ago. Now to 16.
Second shot, John Morris. Now I'm sure he's just playing out to the left here because that lies down. He's going to go across the first part of water. Yeah, that's all he could try to do. He could not, with the position he's in, try to force that shot. Go to 18.
And the third shot for Jim Furyk. Even par for the championship.
That is a fantastic shot he just hit right there. I'm telling you, that is really good out of that long rough to get a nice uphill putt inside of 7 feet.
That would be some 4 if he can make it.
While at 17, Davis Love. This for his par. Gary, did you get a chance to have a look at the break here?
Well, it's very difficult for me to get that close to it. There's a lot of people around this green. All I can tell from here is it's downhill.
Most of the people here have missed this to the right.
Well, the appearance from my angle is that the back part of the green actually rolls away from you, so you would think that the ball wouldn't move right, but...
Did you hit it? Did you hit it? Well, right on line, right in the throat, if he'd hit it. So Davis Love. Steve Jones alone in the lead now at 300. Davis, along with John Morris and Tom Lehman. Well, back at 16, John Morris's third shot. Oh, what a wonderful shot. Got a lot of spin on that ball, and even though it hit on the downslope, what a tournament this man's having. Won 1 time on the tour, the Hawaiian Open, 1 on the Nike Tour. One around the world. I mean, this is an outstanding performance. First time he's made a cut in a major tournament. We go back. And another story. This man out of golf for 3 years, tournament golf, Steve Jones. This is terrific.
Good looking shot up the right side, drawing back. Beautifully placed, right center of the fairway.
Just like you dreamed you'd do it, huh, Raj? Let's go forward to 18.
After that great pitch shot, nice little side hiller uphill. Did it, Jim? Had a shot at the magical even par for 280. Leaves it short.
University of Arizona, All-America, finishes 70. Look at those scores, a model of consistency. Colin Montgomery off the tee, and as he drove the ball, a fan in the gallery shouting, and disturbed Monty, that's for certain.
And that ball just went underground. That wasn't very nice.
Gary?
Well, there was definitely a lot of noise right as he made contact with the ball, and his head whipped around in a hurry. He's already been disturbed by a cameraman clicking back on the 15th green.
3-wood, Gary?
Yeah, he's taking a 3-wood. That's certainly the shot to the widest part of the fairway as long as Davis hits it. But it also means that he's not going to be able to carry the bunkers down the right-hand side should he hit it a little right.
Downwind a little bit. He can carry, I think, that right bunker, though.
And he has absolutely hit it perfectly down the right center, drawing a little bit. The only thing is it may be too long.
Stop ball. It's in the intermediate cut, which is not bad with this right hole location. Clutch shot by Davis Love.
To 16.
John Morris, one shot back, but has this putt at 16 to stay within the one shot. About maybe 4.5 feet.
Dave, what a great round of golf this guy's playing, and a smart round of golf. I mean, you couldn't have played it over here. You know, he probably could have moved that ball up the fairway a little bit further, but he just took what he could get. He's got this 4.5, 5-footer coming down the hill for a par. What a great par this would be.
Yeah. Well, he's played like he's been in this spot before, which is unusual when you're, you know, it's so important in the business that you're in. This ball, when and if it moves, will move a little to his right, but just about the left edge, solid. Get away. Oh, John, after hitting a good shot, take your time. It is not over by any means. Well, so Morris drops a shot at 16, goes to 1 under, falls back to 4th, all alone. Out in the fairway, Steve Jones, waiting to play. Frank Nobilo has to putt out. Frank, little problem at 15, double bogey there to go 2 over for the championship. This putt for a bogey 5. So they'll drop another shot here. So Nobilo goes to 3 over, but still continues his good play in the U.S. Open, where he's finished in 2 prior to this, finished once 10th, once 9th. Faltering here a little bit at the end for the popular New Zealander. Steve Jones. Roger Maltby, you're right there, pal.
Got 158 yards to the hole, David. The wind is coming from his right and helping slightly with his right to left shot shape. I would think he might be looking at that slope to the left of the hole to help bring it back. I would not look for this ball to be much right of the hole.
He just hit a marvelous shot there and almost got to that hump, but he's got a very makeable putt there, Roger. Let's go to 18.
Where Davis Love the third, sizing up his approach into 18. Monty is already laid up, and Love, what do you see there?
Yeah, just to stop. Put it to the left of the flag. And
Gary?
Dickey's got 177 yards to the front edge, 186 yards to the hole. Looks like it could be a little bit of a flyer lie. He's taking a 6-iron.
Tough to get the right distance with that lie.
Yeah, I think it will be, John. And if anything, I would imagine he'd want to be short.
Definitely.
Well, he's hit it well. He's hit it very well. It's going right at the flag if it's far enough.
A chance for birdie for Davis Love III as he walks toward 18. Reminded of in the piece you saw earlier regarding his close relationship with his father, his best friend, as he described him, and his dad leaving his musings, his writings for his son to read long after his death. And the one that struck me most, follow your dreams and enjoy the trip. He has a chance to meet his dream at 18. Meanwhile, Tom Lehman.
Second shot. Looks good in the air.
Good left.
A little right of the hole. Spins back. Lehman just the one stroke back. I can't tell who's away between those two, but let's go to 18.
And the gallery building around 18 acknowledges Davis Love III. This is his 33rd major championship in quest of his first major title.
And Colin Montgomery has had to lay it up just short of that bunker that's about 60 yards short of the green. Gary?
Johnny's got a shot of 72 yards to the hole. Ever since the 13th hole, he just has not quite been the same, very understandably.
Yeah, that double bogey from the edge was devastating to him. 2 over for the championship.
About the same distance from the hole as Love. Well, this is the putt of his career coming up, Davis Love III. It would push him up into co-leadership with Steve Jones, with Jones having the pressure of the final 2 holes to complete his round.
Well, he's put himself in a position to birdie the hardest hole on the golf course with that good drive and excellent second shot. And Gary, maybe you can sneak up behind that thing and take a look at it.
Well, I'll give it my best effort here, John. There are a lot of people around. Give me a chance.
Meanwhile, let's go to 16.
Where after stepping it off, it's been decided that Steve Jones will be the first to putt. Now the tournament leader.
Certainly has the harder putt of the 2 here. This putt will move to his right all the way. Actually back uphill slightly from this angle. So speed's not a real problem, but it will move to the right, certainly as it loses speed.
Hit a great putt on the last hole, Roger.
He's a great putter. He's got a beautiful stroke.
Did he hit it? Ooh, that could have been a 2-shot lead. That was well right of the hole. Yeah. Well, still, at this point, 1 stroke in the lead, but Lehman's still to putt. Let's go to 18.
Where Colin Montgomery has already finished bogey and a 72 today, +3 for the championship.
Well, Gary, he's got the kind of putt that should feed right in there if he can pick the right line. If you were hitting this, where would you play it?
Well, I'd have to get the ball out to the right of the hole a little bit. It looks like it wants to turn to the left as it goes down through the middle of the putt. And John, I would agree with you. This, to me, is the type of putt that you can make because it's not a matter of hitting it hard enough. It's just a matter of getting it started rolling on the right line.
I got little goosebumps right now, and this is quite a moment right here. Of course.
Oh, and Tom Lehman got cold robbed here at 16. Well, that's as well as you could hit a putt. Still a shot short. Let's go to 18 and Davis Love.
And Gary, he just picked out a spot that's out there about 6 inches right of the hole that he might want to aim at. He's asking his brother, wife Robin. Got a feeling this one might go in.
Still a testy 2.5 footer for his par.
Dick hits every bit of 2.5. It's probably 3, maybe even a little bit more than 3 feet.
Just didn't get it off the putter, huh, Gary? Just took it back.
Well, it just looked like a little, yeah, it did. It looked like a little bit of a tentative stroke, John, which I guess in the circumstances probably not hard to imagine that's possible, and certainly don't want to rip it 5 or 6 feet by.
His brother Mark, this strong relationship bonded by the death of the father, and they're living it together.
He's got an excellent chance to make a playoff if he can make this putt. That's nail-biting time for sure.
Yeah, Robin's the official bird of the state of Michigan. Maybe that's an omen. Punishes another bogey for Davis Love III. .69 for Love today.
He did the same thing on the first putt that he did to the second putt. He took a big long backstroke and then came down and just slowed down, and the hill just grabbed it. He didn't put any zip on it. It could have gone in. I mean, you're only talking about a 64th of an inch or something. Tough break.
Yeah. Now we go to 17 and the final group. The leader, Steve Jones at 3 under. Tom Lehman, 2 under.
Well, that bogey, Dave Marr, almost put the destiny of this championship in this group's hands.
Right here.
Nice solid shot. Just take it right at it.
Lehman's thinking aggressively. It wouldn't surprise me if he knocked it close. Just don't want to go long, huh, Dave?
That's right, and I think he's got the right club too, John. He's got a 6. The guys that have gone over, like Norman did with that 5-iron, because this green has gotten very firm.
Just in case you want to know, Lehman's 2 under, Jones 3 under, Love 1 under.
This is a good-looking shot.
Get close. Boy, and that hit real hard. He's going to be very disappointed when he sees where that is. Just like Norman shot a while ago. Man.
He couldn't hit it any more solidly, Dave.
No. Now, Jones, I think, has a little bit of an advantage. He definitely is a right-to-left player, right, Roger?
Correct. He can use that slope on the right.
That's right, and not leave it over there where everybody's gotten their bogeys from.
Roger, do you think Steve Jones knows that Lehman's shot is long?
I think he could tell from their reaction. There wasn't any big reaction from the green. It looked like he holed it from here, so he knows it's not close. Oh, this is right to right. Going at the right bunker.
in the heavy, heavy stuff, guys.
Well, came up out of that.
Easily the worst shot he's hit today.
Yeah, he's really played very well. Johnny, why don't you take a look at this
Watch
swing?
this. He takes it back. He's taking it back to the inside here a little bit, and then he gets ahead of it. Look at that left elbow was way out at impact, and then he tries to make a pronation with the hands on the right shoulder, a la Gary Player or something. Was too late.
Well, Steve Jones, you see how he's played the hole. 2 bogeys so far, and he'll do well not to get a bogey here today. Let's go forward to 18.
And with the troubles of Jones, John Morris only 2 back off 18.
Tremendous shot right there.
Jones by 1 over Lehman, by 2 Love and Morse. The 96th U.S. Open champion will be crowned shortly.
Steve Jones, just looking at his shot there, he's taking a couple of practice swings, but he hasn't really gotten ready to play this particular shot yet. Now, Roger, did you get a chance to walk through that, by that?
I did, and it's in there so deep that the crowd had to help us locate the ball. You had to get right on top of it to see it, so it's a very gnarly lie. He's got the expansive green to work with. Fortunately, he is short enough that this large slope in the right, I think he can avoid it and still get it near the hole, but being able to control it from this lie, Dave, is guesswork at best.
Well, you talk about controlling it. Yesterday, that's where we saw Wayne Westner, by the way, hit a double chip like T.C. Chin did.
How big a break, Roger?
Well, this will swing quite a bit from his right to left, John, but, had his ball been another 5 feet forward from the tee, then he would have really had problems. So I'm going to say it's going to sweep left maybe 10, 12 feet.
It's a big ridge that sweeps down from that bunker. Hog's Back influences this green so much. It's a masterful job that Ross did building this separation between the right and left side.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Came on the left, but not too bad.
Yeah.
Pretty good distance control.
Got it down there where he can make it. Boy, if he should, that would be one of the great up and downs of his life. Let's go down to Gary Koch.
Thank you, Dave. Davis, I know you must be disappointed. You played very well all day long.
Well, yeah, you saw me the last 2 days. I played pretty solid and a few 3-putts here and there. You hate to do it on the last hole, but, hung on to that 5-iron a little bit at 17 and got it up there where I had no chance, and then hit a great shot out of the light rough at 18, and then I got tricked on the putts. When I hit the first one, I thought I was going to trickle all the way down there, and then the second one, I thought I would trickle in if I just started it, and, I just didn't hit them hard enough. I didn't want a 6-footer coming back, but I certainly didn't want a 3-putt either, but, I'll live with it no matter what happens.
All right, thanks, Davis, and hang around. There's a lot of golf left.
Thanks.
John Morris approached to 18.
With 5-iron from 178 yards. Left a little bit.
See if it stays on the proper side. It's right on top of the Hog's Back, literally. 2 inches left, it rolled left. A couple inches right, it had gone right.
Back to 17.
Tom Lehman now with this shot. Roger, this is really swift going down here.
This is a delicate little chip in, moving to his right. Just has to bump it out of here into the fringe and let it trickle down to the hole. Has a reasonable lie, however.
Looks a little bit like Watson on the same hole at Pebble Beach, 71st hole, downhill.
Slow down, slow down. A very nice shot. That's just about where Norman put it a while ago. Well, a lot can change in just a few moments here at 17 green. Steve Jones should make that. It will be one of the biggest putts this man's ever made. Lehman asking for an official. I'm not sure why.
I believe Tom is saying as he marked the ball, it moved.
You didn't touch the ball yet. Oh, that's all right. Mark down behind the ball. The ball
disconcerting for Steve Jones. Don't you think, Roger?
Absolutely. This is not something he wants to deal with at this point in time. He'd love to be able to get into his routine and hit this putt.
Get the biggest clutch putt of his life.
Marked it. I think what happened was when he went down there to try to mark it, the ball moved a little bit, but before he put the mark down, so there's no penalty, just mark it where it comes to rest.
That's exactly right, Dave.
All right, Steve Jones. Got any idea on this putt, Roger?
I really don't. It looks like it might go a little right. I'm nervous watching him.
If he hits it solid, straight.
Go in! Go in!
Looked like that ball about 2 feet off the putter just maybe caught a little something and got it started left because it hasn't been moving that much. Oh boy, so Steve. David Fay has some information for us from 18. David?
Well, what happened was that the ball moved, but it was determined that the movement was directly attributable to the act of marking the ball. There's no penalty.
Okay, we got that cleared up. Now, this with Jones dropping that shot to go to 2 under. Lehman now with this putt to stay tied for the lead at 2 under. Good solid putt there, and what a great up and down by Tom Lehman. So we're tied going to the last hole. This will certainly test both of these golfers. Look at that. Huh? Big old tough guy like Tom, yeah. He's a soft talking guy, but he is really a hard player and a nice man, as is Steve Jones. So who could play 18, guys? Sudden death.
Hardest hole on the golf course coming up. And with the pressure on, pars are like birdies.
Jones has played 18 better than Lehman in the championship. Par birdie for Jones. Lehman bogey, bogey par.
And now that 3 putt by Davis Love when he was 2 under, maybe looking at 3 under, really looms large. He still has an outside shot. These guys, both of them, could bogey this hole in a heartbeat if they don't hit the fairway. Tees up just a little bit. It's about 265-yard carry over the right bunker. This is a reversed banked dogleg right, which makes it very difficult. 29 yards wide, the fairway. Take a look at this right here. The fairway is going left and the hole is moving right. It's very difficult. If the fairway was not so soft this week, it'd be even darn near impossible to hit this fairway unless you cut the ball. But you do have to feed it in there. The bunkers are in play. They're grabbing shots everywhere, and you're better off in the bunker than in the primary cut of the rough.
Meanwhile, up on the green, John Morris. This is for birdie to go 2 under and move into a tie with Jones and Lehman for the lead.
If this putt were to go in, he might win it outright.
Johnny, he and his caddy both look squarely at the leaderboard on the right side, but they haven't posted Steve Jones's bogey on 17 yet. So he's not sure that this is a tie.
Shoots right off this hog's back, huh, Dan?
Yeah, this is just speed. He's got to hit it so soft, he's got to play a little more break.
Scooped it. That's the normal thing to do under pressure. You take it back and then you freeze up and hit it with your hands.
Out of the tee and Tom Lehman.
Going with the driver.
big time unlucky. Oh, is that a bad break? Just in the corner, I think, of that bunker. I can't tell. Thought he hit a great shot.
Davis Love III awaits his fate.
Replaying that last series of putts over and over. Ball's in the bunker in the corner, which is not good. I was going to say, first one in the fairway wins. That's called clutch right there. What a great shot. A guy hitting a right to left shot on a slice drive and putting it in the fairway.
Tom Lehman thought he had made the right play, but too long and into the bunker. Jones in the fairway. Love hoping for a chance at a playoff tomorrow.
Oh man, gut-wrenching. You can see that hole looking down. Beautiful shot from the blimp. That's the 18th hole, moving right. You see that bunker that's sitting right here. Lehman's ball's in there. Jones is sitting about right in there. And they both got pretty long uphill second shots to heavily guarded green with bunkers and long grass.
Meanwhile, up on the green, John Morse, this for his par. So like Davis Love III, 18.
It looked like he went to take it back and nothing moved, and then he finally moved it and pushed it right. That's too bad, but that'll just show you what pressure will do. He held in there strongly, didn't choke it all tee to green, and his putter left him down at the end.
2 of the last 3 holes bogeys for Morris, just as Love bogeys 17 and 18. Now it's up to Lehman and Jones. Can one win the championship today, or will they play 18 tomorrow? .64 is Jones. Andy North, the last champion here at Oakland Hills, 6 feet 4 inches when he won 11 years ago. The tallest champion of the U.S.
Both these guys 37. Both of them live in Phoenix.
One from Minnesota, Lehman, the other from Colorado, Yuma, Colorado. Jones.
Steve Jones won 4 times on the tour. Lehman just 2 times, but at Memorial and Colonial, tough courses. Lehman has the edge on experience with the Ryder Cup experience.
Roger?
Well, Tom Lehman has caught the fairway bunker and has got to get this ball up very quickly. It is on a bit of an upslope, but he has a lip in front of him no more than 4 feet in front of the ball. And he's got about 170 yards to the front of this green, John, and he's going to have to get something up very quickly, and that's a long way to carry the ball on the angle he's going to have to hit it.
Yeah, and sometimes in these kinds of situations, you try to fit a round peg in a square hole. You know, you think, well, I've got to knock it on. And maybe the best play is to put it underneath that green there for a nice little pitch up and a 1-putt and see if Jones has got the right stuff to make par. You don't want to hit the lip and leave it in the bunker or just take yourself out of the ball game if you don't have that shot. If he has it, fine. Go for it.
Well, what he has going in his favor are 2 things: his strength and the fact that he's got an uphill lie, because it's nothing but strength to horse this ball up in the air and carry it that far.
He's saying that's a big lip. Andy Martinez, his caddy, saying, why don't you hit about an 8-iron out? That puts you just short. I think that's the play, Roger. I don't know about you. Don't take yourself out of the tournament.
I agree with you, John. I think the prudent play here is to put it down in front of the green and hope for the best. to try to get this ball on the green from here could potentially be, you know, a game ender.
I'm telling you, I was down there this morning. I was looking at all the different scenarios. He leaves it about 20, 30, 40 yards short of the green. He'll average inside of 6 feet from there. It's not a hard pitch shot. It's like a collection area right where the hole is. He can make par if he just puts it in front of the green. He's got to know that Jones is probably not going to birdie with the pressure, so he's got to think par right now. Sweaty palms time. Did you hear anything there, Roger, when the exchange between Andy Martinez and Tom?
Well, he's got a 7-iron, John, and I can't imagine being able to carry it this far. He's got to be trying to get this ball in front of the green. If he gets it, carries it to the green, this is superhuman from here.
Well, he's strong. Says he can't get it there with this club. Just can't do it. He can feel it. Uphill lies take a lot of your strength. It saps your strength.
You want that short flip front there? Take your time.
And that lip is about 5 inches high right there. It'll just gobble it up. If he hits it thin, it'll come right back at his feet.
Hit it straight up in the air, John, but this is going to be well short.
Well, let's take a look at his swing on this shot, see how he entered into the sand. Yeah, just a little bit maybe heavy, and the ball went up, which is prudent. And Roger?
159 front, 168 hole. This is 7-iron, just hit it hard.
How's it look?
He's got it started right of the hole, turning back. Johnny, this looks good.
What a shot!
Missed the flag stick by inches, and Steve Jones in position for a championship.
Steve Jones, what a shot! And Davis knows that he's not going to 3-putt from there. Got it just straight downhill, and now he's been loose all day, Roger. He smiled right from the get-go. He's tried to talk a lot. Steve Jones has had a great attitude about this whole thing today.
Well, he's been beautifully composed, Johnny, and he's done just about everything you could ask a player to do. He's hit it on most of the fairways and greens. He just played masterful golf.
He told us yesterday for 3 years he was home watching the U.S. Open on television, wondering if he'd ever be able to play again after that bike injury in '91, his last victory 6 years ago, the Canadian Open. And here he is, a putt or maybe even 2 putts from the U.S. Open Championship.
Well, let's not forget about Tom Lehman. He's got just a nice lob wedge in there. He can knock it in tight and get in the playoff. If Jones does not make this very makeable downhill putt, by the way. So we've still got a lot of golf to be played. You watch this shot, probably came within 3 inches on that first hop to going in the hole. Just watch this. It's drawing in there. Watch this first hop. I mean, that was close right there. It have made Corey Pavins look like just a ho-hum shot. Yeah, you got to give him credit. He loved it.
Now Lehman will try to find the right stuff.
Roger, you were close by?
Well, this is a pitch from about 60 yards, John, just straight up into the green. Just take his lob wedge and try to throw it up in front of the hole and get it to stop as quick as he can. That's just hope against hope.
Lehman's wife watching.
He's going to give Steve Jones the line. Ball's going to go over his line within 4 inches of his mark, Steve Jones' mark, and show him just the pace and the line. Just something that Davis Love would like to have had. It's one of the hardest shots in golf, is heavy pressure and an interpretive type of 60-yard wedge shot where you have to feel it in there.
But if he should knock it in, Johnny, he'll shrink the hole too for Jones.
In a way, it's not a bad deal for him. If he'd have knocked it 4 feet, maybe Jones would have run it in there. But if he can run it in first, that hole will probably shrink up. Roger, any thoughts?
Well, obviously for Tom, his only hope is to hold this putt. And, you know, I really got the feeling back at 12, he really got a bad break, hit a great second shot there. And those just aren't the kinds of things you need when you're trying to win an Open or any major championship. And then when he hit the great putt at 16 and it came out of the hole there, or lipped on the high side, it reminded me of Augusta a couple of years ago when he hit a great putt on 15 that you just can't imagine hit any better, and it didn't go in.
Yeah, that eagle putt back then, but this is a whole new ball game. Can you see this? It comes, the influence of the hogsback will affect this putt. It'll throw it to the left, but maybe, as Davis Love found out, it's not as quick as they think.
Wife, Bonnie, children. Oh no, that's Melissa. Melissa Lehman. Jones' wife, Bonnie, also in the circle around 18.
Well, regardless of what happened or what happens, we've seen some really good play through these tough last 5 finishing holes. These guys have sucked it up. They've hit good shots. They've fought well. And we'll see what Tom can do here. Throw it out to the right there, Tom, and it'll come back right off that ridge.
Well, he said, Johnny, he didn't want to play like a wimp today, and he certainly hasn't.
Body language says, I want to putt. Don't putt out.
His wife Bonnie, Cy, and Stacy, the family is here.
I mean, he's got it. She knows he's got it, and just shake it down there and let it dribble short about a foot and get out of Dodge.
What a way to spend Father's Day.
And he looks like he actually knows what's going on. Just want to throw it out there about 6 inches right of the hole. Try to picture something nice and smooth in your mind. And he won't take much time. You watch. And he won't move his feet. Once he takes that practice stroke, he'll just go in and hit it. Dead yet, as they say. Still got a little bit left, but good putt. Thought he had it.
Now Lehman for his par. .68 today.
Man.
Check that bogey for Lehman. Having to lay up out of that bunker.
Pretty straight putt, both of them here, Roger.
Just straight in from here, John, I gotta believe. If anything could be straight in at this point.
makes this, he ties Davis Love the third for the runner-up spot, assuming Jones makes his.
Well, he shot the same score that was shot in 1985 by Andy North, who won.
And now for the championship. Stephen Glenn Jones from Yuma, Colorado. They battled through 18, and on the toughest hole, Jones wins the title.
How sweet it is.
Little Stacy comes out to hug Daddy. Cy.
That's the greatest trophies he'll ever have right there.
Big week for the fans in Colorado. They have the National Hockey League champions, and native son has won the United States Open Championship. Who knows better than those that love this guy, what he's gone through to come back and have the chance. And at 37, his dream is realized.
Davis Love, I feel really bad for him. Had a makeable birdie putt to go 3 under and win it outright. 3 putts.
We'll return to Oakland Hills Country Club with a presentation of the '96 championship trophy. A week ago, not many would have thought Steve Jones would be national champion. President of the United States Golf Association.
Here, Steve. Here we go.
She's from Colorado Springs, so it is quite a day for that grand state.
I tell you, there's no feeling like the warm feeling you get inside you, knowing that you performed under pressure, hit that fantastic drive on 18, even better second shot on 18, a good putt, and you didn't back your way into it. You played like a champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the 1996 United States Open champion, Mr. Steve Jones.
Steve Jones joined such illustrious names. Hagen and Sarazen.
Holding this up so everybody can look at you in this wonderful cup.
And on that
lid.
trophy, Bobby Jones, Ben Hogan, who won here in '51, Palmer and Trevino. Nicholas, his name is on there 4 times. Ray Floyd, Curtis Strange. Fellow Coloradan Hale Irwin won it 3 times. Corey Pavin a year ago. Here's Dan.
Well, Steve, congratulations. There was a time in your golf career where you weren't even sure if you'd ever play this game again after the injury to your ring finger. Did you ever think you'd be in this spot, especially after all of that?
Not in my wildest dreams, believe me. It's incredible.
Saw the emotion on your face when you grabbed that trophy. It was almost as if you couldn't still quite believe it.
I still can't, maybe by tomorrow, but first of all, I just thank the Lord Jesus Christ for changing my life, and I tell you, I couldn't have done it without God in my life. Last 24 hours, I was so nervous, my gut was just wrench in, and I mean, even with God on my side, I was still a little nervous. But anyway, it was a great day. I couldn't ask for a better pairing with Tom Lehman. Great guy. He got a bad break on the last hole with his drive kicked in the bunker. Kind of loosened me up a little bit. But that 1 foot putt was probably the longest putt I've ever had to make in my life.
You were a sectional qualifier, and to win this Open Championship, become the first sectional qualifier in 20 years since Jerry Pate to win it, that's quite a feat itself.
Well, thank you very much.
And that is what the Open is all about.
Yeah, it's open to everybody that wants to try. Yeah, that was, I actually was in a playoff in the sectional to make it into this, so I was very thankful to be in the playoff.
3 rounds in the 60s on this course they've dubbed the Monster. That is some fabulous golf over 3 days, 4 days, especially after opening up with a 74.
Yeah, I didn't have any birdies the first day. I was just trying to be patient with my game. I hit the ball really well. But I do have to give some credit to Ben Hogan. I read the new book that was out called Hogan, and I tell you, he really inspired me. I finished it on Wednesday, and you know, he just showed me how little I practice. And I started practicing on Monday, and it really just helped me mentally. And he just said, you know, if you really want to win, you'll focus in on each shot and not worry about the outcome. That's what I did. I never looked at the board all day today. On the last hole, I asked my brother, I said, you know, what's the score? He told me we were tied with Tom. And so I knew I needed 2 putts to win at the end.
Congratulations, Steve. Ben Hogan, the champion in 51 here. You're the champion in 96. Dick, let's back up to you.
All right, Dan, that's a wonderful link to the 2 champions of 45 years. Ben Hogan, the man who brought the Monster to his knees. Happy Father's Day.